Hi everyone, so today the highway code rule 1 to 150, and then we will get a second part video to complete the rest. And please make sure that you do watch these two videos because the highway code is part of your driving test, so it's a must to learn the highway code. So let's get started. Rule number 1. And this rule is about pavements and footways, which includes any path along the side of a road. And this should be used if provided. Wherever possible, you need to avoid being next to the curb with your back to the traffic. If you have to step onto the road, you need to look both ways first before you cross the road. Always stay aware of your environment and avoid any unnecessary distractions, such as the most popular example, a mobile phone. Always show due care and consideration for others. And if you are interested in more information about this, you can find out more in the section Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6. But again, I'm going to say that we are going to be covering all of these rules. So you will be hearing them anyway. Now, rule number 2. If there is no pavement, please keep to the right hand side of the road so that you can see any oncoming traffic. You should take extra care and be prepared to walk in a single file, especially on narrow roads or in poor light, and keep close to the side of the road. It may be safer to cross the road well before a sharp right-hand bend so that oncoming traffic has a better chance of seeing you. And then you can cross back after the bend. And again, more info can be found in the section Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6, which we will be covering in more detail. Rule number 3. Help other road users to see you. You need to wear or carry something which is light in color, bright or fluorescent in poor daylight conditions. When it's dark outside, please use reflective materials like armbands, waistcoats, jackets, footwear, sashes, which can be seen by drivers using headlights up to 3 times as far away as non-reflective materials. And this is covered in Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6, which we are covering and we will carry on covering. Rule number 4. Young children, they should not be out alone on the pavement or the road. When taking children out, please keep between them and the traffic and also make sure that you hold their hands firmly. Strap very young children into pushchairs or by using reins. When pushing a young child in a buggy, don't push the buggy into the road when you are checking to see if it's clear to cross, particularly if you are in between parked vehicles. You will not be as visible to drivers between parked vehicles, so obviously that's a risk which I don't think it's worth taking. And again, this is in the Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6. And our next rule is rule number 5. Organized walks or parades, which involve large groups of people walking along a road, should use a pavement if there is one available. If there aren't any pavements available, they should keep to the left. Lookouts should be positioned at the front and at the back of the group, and they should wear fluorescent clothing in daylight and reflective clothing in the dark. At night, the lookout in front should show a white light and the lookout at the back a red light. People on the outside of large groups should also carry lights and wear reflective clothing. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection General Guidance, Rules 1 to 6. Next rule. Rule number 6, motorways. Pedestrians must not be on motorways or on slip roads except in an emergency. You can find out more info in Rule 271 and Rule 275, which we will be covering in our next video with part 2 of the Highway Code rules. And the laws that apply here are the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 17. So you can go and have a look at the laws as well. Also, the Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982 Regulations 15(1)b, the Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995 Regulation 13. Next rule, number 7, and this is the Green Cross Code. The advice which I'm going to be giving you on crossing the road is for all pedestrians. Children should be taught the code and they should not be allowed out alone until they can understand and use the code properly. The age when they can do this is different for each child. Many children, they cannot judge how fast cars are going or how far away the cars are. Children learn by example, so parents and carers should always use the code in full when they are out with their children. Because please remember that the child will copy what you are doing. The parents and carers are responsible for deciding at which age children can use it safely by themselves. So again, this is up to your child, depending on how their understanding is at what age. Now let's have a look what this code is, the Green Cross Code. A. First, find a safe place to cross, and where there is space to reach the pavement on the other side. Where there is a crossing nearby, use the crossing. It's safer to cross using a subway, a footbridge, an island, a zebra, pelican, toucan, or puffin crossing, or where there is a crossing point controlled by a police officer, a school crossing patrol, or a traffic warden. Otherwise, please choose a place where you can see clearly in all directions. Try to avoid crossing between parked cars, and you can refer to Rule 14, which we will be covering later on. Also, try to avoid crossing on a blind bend or close to the brow of a hill. Move to a space where drivers and riders can see you clearly. Don't cross the road diagonally. Green Cross Code B. Stop just before you get to the curve where you can see if anything is coming. Don't get too close to the traffic. If there is no pavement, keep back from the edge of the road, but make sure that you can still see any approaching traffic. C. Look all around for traffic and listen. Traffic can come from any direction. You need to listen as well, because you can sometimes hear traffic before you even see it. D. If traffic is coming, let the traffic pass. Look all around again and listen. Don't cross until there is a safe gap in traffic and until you are certain that there is enough time for you to cross. Remember, even if the traffic is a long way off, it may be approaching very quickly. E. When it's safe, go straight across the road, but please don't run. Keep looking and listening for traffic while you are crossing the road in case that there is any traffic you didn't see or in case that other traffic appears suddenly. Look out for cyclists and motorcyclists which are traveling between lanes of traffic. Don't walk diagonally across the road. And the section that applies here is rules for pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection crossing the road, rules 7 to 17. Rule number 8. At a junction, when you are crossing or you are waiting to cross the road, other traffic should give way. So look out for traffic turning into the road, especially from behind you, and cross at a place where drivers can see you. If you started crossing already and traffic wants to turn into the road, you are the one who has priority and they should give way. Rules, you can refer to rules age 2 and 170. And this is covered in section Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. Rule number 9. Pedestrian safety barriers. Where there are barriers, cross the road only at the gaps provided for pedestrians. Do not climb over the barriers or walk between them and the road. This is part of Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rule 7 to 17. Rule number 10. Tactile paving. Raised surfaces that can be felt underfoot provide warning and guidance to blind or partially sighted people. The most common surfaces are a series of raised studs which are used at crossing points with a dropped curb, or a series of rounded raised bars which are used at level crossings at the top and bottom of steps and at some other hazards. And this is covered in the Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rule 7 to 17. Rule number 11. One-way streets. On one-way streets, check which way the traffic is moving. Don't cross until it's safe to do without stopping. Bus and cycle lanes may operate in the opposite direction to the rest of the traffic. And the section that this mentions is Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rule 7 to 17. Rule number 12, bus and cycle lanes. Please take care when you are crossing these lanes, as traffic may be moving faster than in the other lanes, or it may be moving against the flow of traffic. And here we have the section Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, which we've started covering already, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. Rule number 13. Routes shared with cyclists. Cycle tracks may run alongside footpaths or pavements and be separated from them by a feature such as a change of material, a verge, a curb, or a white line. Routes like these may also incorporate short lengths of tactile paving to help visually impaired people stay on the correct side. On the pedestrian side, this may comprise of a series of flat-topped bars running across the direction of travel, also known as ladder pattern. On the cyclist side, the same bars are orientated in the direction of travel, tramline pattern. And this is covered in Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. And now let's move on to rule number 14. Parked vehicles. If you have to cross between parked vehicles, use the outside edges of the vehicles as if they were the curb. Stop there and make sure that you can see all around and that the traffic can also see you. Make sure that there is a gap between any parked vehicles on the other side so that you can reach the pavement. Never cross the road in front of or behind any vehicle with its engine running, especially a large vehicle, as the driver may not be able to see you. And the rules here are rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road 7 to 17. Rule number 15. Reversing vehicles. Never cross behind a vehicle which is reversing, showing white reversing lights, or sounding a warning. And this is covered in Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. Rule number 16. Moving vehicles. You must not get onto or hold onto a moving vehicle. This, I think we can all agree, is extremely dangerous. And this is covered, and actually the law which you can refer to is the Road Traffic Act 1988, section 26. And in the Highway Code, Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. And now, rule number 17. At night, wear something reflective to make it easier for others to see you. So you can refer back to rule number 3, which we already covered. If there is no pedestrian crossing nearby, cross the road near a street light so that traffic can see you more easily. And again, this is part of Rules for Pedestrians, Rules 1 to 35, subsection Crossing the Road, Rules 7 to 17. And now let's move on to rule number 18. At all crossings, when you are using any type of crossing, you should always check that the traffic stopped before you start crossing the road or pushing a pram onto a crossing. Always cross between the studs or over the zebra markings. Don't cross at the side of the crossing or on the zigzag lines, as this can be dangerous. You must not loiter on any type of crossing. The laws that apply here are the Zebra, Pelican, and Puffin Pedestrian Crossings Regulations and General Directions 1997, Regulation 19, Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 25(5). And in the Highway Code, Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30, which we will be covering now. So, rule number 19. Zebra crossings. Give traffic plenty of time to see you and to stop before you start to cross. Vehicles will need more time when the road is slippery. Wait until traffic stopped from both directions or the road is clear before you cross it. Remember that traffic doesn't have to stop until someone has moved onto the crossing. Drivers and riders should give way to pedestrians waiting to cross, and they must give way to pedestrians already on a zebra crossing. So here the rule H2 applies. Keep looking both ways and listening in case a driver or a rider didn't see you and tries to overtake a vehicle which stopped. A zebra crossing with a central island is considered as two separate crossings. So here you can refer to Rule 20, which will be our next rule. The law which applies here is the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2016, Schedule 14, Part 5. And in the Highway Code, Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30, which we are already covering. So let's have a look at the next rule, Rule 20. Where there is an island, as you can see in the picture on your screen, in the middle of a zebra crossing, wait on the island and follow Rule 19 before you cross the second half of the road. This is considered a separate crossing. So just a refresher, we've just covered Rule 19, but because this is considered like a separate crossing, you would do exactly the same as you did on the first one. So you wait and you make sure that the traffic has stopped before you cross the zebra crossing. And this is covered in the Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to Rule 30. Moving on to rule number 21. At traffic lights, there may be special signals for pedestrians. You should only start to cross the road when the green figure shows. If you have started to cross the road and the green figure goes out, you should still have time to reach the other side, but please don't delay. If no pedestrian signals have been provided, watch carefully and don't cross until the traffic lights are red and until the traffic stopped. Keep looking and check for traffic that may be turning the corner. Remember that traffic lights may let traffic move in some lanes while traffic in other lanes has stopped. And the section from the Highway Code is Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30. Rule number 22. Pelican crossings. These are signal-controlled crossings which are operated by pedestrians. Push the control button to activate the traffic signals. When the red figure shows, do not cross. When a steady green figure shows, check the traffic has stopped, then cross with care. When the green figure begins to flash, you should not start to cross. If you have already started crossing, you should have time to finish crossing safely. And this is covered in the Highway Code, Rules for Pedestrians, Rule 1 to 35, which we are covering, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30, which we are covering right now. Rule number 23. Puffin crossings. Puffin crossings differ from pelican crossings as the red and green figures are above the control box on your side of the road and there is no flashing green figure phase. Press the button and wait for the green figure to show. And just like the other rules, this is in the Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30. Rule number 24. When the road is congested, traffic on your side of the road may be forced to stop even though the lights are green. Traffic may still be moving on the other side of the road, so press the button and wait for the signal to cross. This as well is covered in Rules for Pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection Crossings, Rules 18 to 30. Rule number 25. Token crossings. These are light controlled crossings which allow cyclists and pedestrians to share crossing space and cross at the same time. They are push button operated. Pedestrians and cyclists will see the green signal together. Cyclists are permitted to ride across. And this is a part of rules for pedestrians, rule 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Rule number 26. At some crossings, there is a bleeping sound or a voice signal to indicate to blind or partially sighted people when the steady green figure is showing, and there may also be a tactile signal to help deaf blind people. This is part of rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. And let's see what Rule 27 in the Highway Code says. Equestrian crossings are crossings for horse riders. They have pavement barriers, wider crossing spaces, horse and rider figures in the light panels, and either two sets of controls, one higher or just one higher control panel. And this is covered in the rules for pedestrians, rule 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Rule number 28. Staggered pelican or puffin crossings. When the crossings on each side of the central refuge are not in line, they are two separate crossings. On reaching the central island, press the button again and wait for a steady green figure. And of course, this is part of the Highway Code, rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Rule 29. Crossings controlled by an authorized person. Do not cross the road unless you are signaled to do so by a police officer, a traffic warden, or school crossing patrol. Always make sure that you cross in front of them. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, rules 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Yes, speaking of, let's see rule number 30. Where there are no controlled crossing points available, it's advisable to cross where there is an island in the middle of the road. Use the green cross code. You can refer back to rule number 7 to cross the island, to cross to the island, and then stop and use it again to cross the second half of the road. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, rule 1 to 35, subsection crossings, rules 18 to 30. Rule number 31. Emergency vehicles. If an ambulance, fire engine, police, or other emergency vehicle approaches using flashing blue lights, headlights, and or sirens, please keep off the road. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, rules 1 to 35, which we've started covering, subsection situations needing extra care, rules 31 to 35, which we are covering just now. And now let's have a look at rule number 32. Buses. Get on or off a bus when it's stopped to allow you to do that. Watch out for cyclists when you are getting off. Never cross the road directly behind or in front of a bus. Wait until the bus moved off and until you can see clearly in both directions. And again, this is covered or contained in the rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection situations needing extra care, rule 31 to 35. Rule number 33. Tramways. These may run through pedestrian areas. Their path will be marked out by shallow curbs, changes in the paving or other road surface, white lines, or yellow dots. Cross at designated crossings where provided. Elsewhere, treat trams as you would other road vehicles and look both ways along the track before crossing. Don't walk along the track as trams may come up behind you. Trams, please be aware that they move quietly and they cannot steer to avoid you. And this, of course, is part of rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection situations needing extra care, rules 31 to 35. Rule number 34. Railway level crossings. You must not cross or pass a stop line when the red lights show, including a red pedestrian figure. Also, do not cross if an alarm is sounding or the barriers are being lowered. The tone of the alarm may change if another train is approaching. If there are no lights, alarms, or barriers, stop, look both ways, and listen before crossing. A tactile surface comprising of rounded bars running across the direction of pedestrian travel may be installed on the footpath approaching a level crossing to warn visually impaired people of its presence. The tactile surface should extend across the full width of the footway and should be located at an appropriate distance from the barrier or projected line of the barrier. The law which applies here, if you would like to have more information, is the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, and it's regulation number 52. Also, as for the Highway Code, this is part of rules for pedestrians 1 to 35, subsection situations needing extra care, rules 31 to 35. And now let's have a look at rule 35. Street and pavement repairs. A pavement may be closed temporarily because it's not safe to use. Take extra care if you are directed to walk in or to cross the road. And this is part of rules for pedestrians, rules 1 to 35, subsection situations needing extra care, rules 31 to 35, which we've just covered. Rule number 36. There is one class of manual wheelchair which is called a class 1 invalid carriage, and two classes of powered wheelchairs and powered mobility scooters. Manual wheelchairs and class 2 vehicles are those with an upper speed limit of 4 miles per hour or 6 kilometers per hour, and they are designed to be used on pavements. Class 3 vehicles are those with an upper speed limit of 8 miles per hour or 12 kilometers per hour, and they are equipped to be used on the road as well as the pavement. And this is part of the Highway Code rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, which we've just started covering, subsection powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rule 36 to 37. Rule number 37. When you are on the road, you should obey the guidance and rules for other vehicles. When you are on the pavement, you should follow the guidance and rules for pedestrians. And just like the previous one, this is part of the highway code rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 37. And we've just covered these. And now let's move on to rule number 38. Pavements are safer than roads and they should be used when available. You should give pedestrians priority and show consideration for other pavement users, particularly those with a hearing or visual impairment who may not be aware that you are there. And this is included in rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters 36 to 46, subsection on pavements, rules 38 to 40, which we've just started covering. And now let's see what rule 39 is. Powered wheelchairs and scooters must not travel faster than 4 miles per hour or 6 kilometers per hour on pavements or in pedestrian areas. You may need to reduce your speed to adjust to other pavement users who may not be able to move out of your way quickly enough or where the pavement is just too narrow. And the law which applies here is the use of invalid carriages on highway regulations 1988 regulation number 4. And in the highway code, these are rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters 36 to 46, subsection on pavements, rule 38 to 40. And now let's have a look at rule number 40. When moving off the pavement onto the road, you should take special care. Before moving off, always look around and make sure it's safe to join the traffic. Always try to use dropped curbs when moving off the pavement, even if this means traveling further to locate one. If you have to climb or descend a curb, always approach it at right angles and don't try to negotiate a curb higher than the vehicle manufacturer's recommendations. And this is in rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection on pavements, rules 38 to 40. Rule number 41. You should take care when you are traveling on the road as you may be traveling more slowly than other traffic. Your machine is restricted to 8 miles per hour or 12 kilometers per hour and may be less visible. This is part of rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Now let's have a look at rule number 42. When on the road, class 3 vehicles should travel in the direction of the traffic. Class 2 users should always use the pavement when it's available. When there is no pavement available, you should use caution when you are on the road. Class 2 users should, where possible, travel in the direction of the traffic. If you are traveling at night, when lights must be used, you should travel in the direction of the traffic to avoid confusing other road users. The law which applies here, and if you want more info, you can check it out. It's the use of invalid carriages on highway regulations 1988, regulation number 9. And of course, in the highway code is in the rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Rule number 43. You must follow the same rules about using lights, indicators, and horns as for other road vehicles if your vehicle is fitted with them. At night, lights must be used. Be aware that other road users may not see you and you should make yourself more visible even in the daytime and also at dusk by, for instance, wearing a reflective jacket or reflective strips on the back of the vehicle. The law which applies here again is the use of invalid carriages on Highway Regulations 1988, Regulation number 9. And in the Highway Code, rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46. Subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Rule number 44. Take extra care at road junctions. When you are going straight ahead, check to make sure that there are no vehicles about to cross your path from the left, the right, or overtaking you and turning left. There are several options for dealing with right turns, especially turning in from a major road. If moving into the middle of the road is difficult or dangerous, you can stop on the left-hand side of the road and wait for a safe gap in the traffic. Negotiate the turn as a pedestrian, for example, travel along the pavement and cross the road between pavements where it's safe to do so. Class 3 users should switch the vehicle to the lower speed limit when on the pavements. If the junction is too hazardous, it may be worth considering an alternative route. Similarly, when you are negotiating major roundabouts, for example, with 2 or more lanes, it may be safer for you to use the pavement or to find a route which avoids the roundabout altogether. And this is part of rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Rule number 45. All normal parking restrictions should be observed. Your vehicle should not be left unattended if it causes an obstruction to other pedestrians, especially those in wheelchairs. Parking concessions provided under the blue badge scheme, you can check further reading for the blue badge scheme, will apply to those vehicles displaying a valid blue badge. And this is in the rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. And now let's have a look at rule number 46. These vehicles must not be used on motorways, so please refer to the Rule 253, which we will be covering in Part 2. They should not be used on unrestricted dual carriageways where the speed limit exceeds 50 miles per hour or 80 kilometers per hour. But if they are used on these dual carriageways, they must have a flashing amber beacon. A flashing amber beacon should be used on all other dual carriageways. And this will be contained in rule number 220 in part 2. And the law which applies here is the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, section 17, 2 and 3, then also the Road Vehicle Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulations 17, 1 and 26. Also the Highway Code, rules for users of powered wheelchairs and mobility scooters, rules 36 to 46, subsection on the road, rules 41 to 46. Rule number 47. Horse-drawn vehicles used on the highway should be operated and maintained in accordance with standards set out in the Department for Transport's Code of Practice for Horse-Drawn Vehicles. This code lays down the requirements for a road driving assessment and includes a comprehensive list of safety checks to ensure that the carriage and its fittings are safe and in good working order. The standards set out in the road driving assessment may be required to be met by a local authority if an operator wishes to obtain a local authority license to operate a passenger carrying service. And this is in the rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, which we just started covering, subsection horse-drawn vehicles, rules 47 to 48. Let's have a look at rule number 48. Safety equipment and clothing. All horse-drawn vehicles should have two red rear reflectors. It's safer not to drive at night, but if you do drive, a light showing white to the front and red to the rear must be fitted. The law which applies here is the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, regulation number 4. Also the Highway Code, rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, which we've just started covering, subsection horse-drawn vehicles, rule 47 to 48. Let's see rule number 49. Safety equipment. Children under the age of 14 must wear a helmet which complies with the regulations. It must be fastened securely. Other riders should also follow these requirements. These requirements do not apply to a child who is a follower of the Sikh religion while wearing a turban. And the laws are Horses Protective Headgear for Young Riders Act 1990, Section 1, the Horses Protective Headgear for Young Riders Regulations 1992, Regulation 3. Also in the Highway Code, rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, which we are covering now, subsection horse riders, rules 49 to 55. Rule number 50. Other clothing. You should wear boots or shoes with hard soles and heels, light colored or fluorescent clothing in daylight, and reflective clothing if you have to ride at night or in poor visibility. And of course, this is contained in rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, subsection horse riders, rules 49 to 55. Rule number 51. At night, it's safer not to ride on the road at night or in poor visibility. But if you do, make sure that you wear reflective clothing and your horse has reflective bands above the fetlock joints. A light which shows white to the front and red to the rear should be fitted with a band to the rider's right arm and or leg or riding boot. If you are leading a horse at night, carry a light in your right hand, showing white to the front and red to the rear, and wear reflective clothing on both you and your horse. It's strongly recommended that a fluorescent reflective tailguard is also worn by your horse. And the Highway Code section that applies here, rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, subsection horse riders, rules 49 to 55. And now let's have a look at rule number 52. Before you take a horse or a horse-drawn vehicle onto the road, you should ensure all tech fits well and is in good condition, and make sure that you can control the horse. If you are an inexperienced horse rider or you didn't ride in a while, consider taking the Ride Safe Award from the British Horse Society. The Ride Safe Award provides a foundation for any horse rider to be safe and knowledgeable when riding in all environments, but particularly on the road. For more information, you can check out www.bhs.org.uk website. Always ride with other, less nervous horses if you think that your horse will be nervous of traffic. Never ride a horse without both a saddle and a bridle and a bridle. And this is a part of rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, which we are currently covering. Subsection horse riders, rules 49 to 55. Rule number 53. Before riding off or turning, look behind you to make sure it's safe, then give a clear arm signal. When riding on the road, you should keep to the left, keep both hands on the reins unless you are signaling, keep both feet in the stirrups, don't carry another person, don't carry anything which might affect your balance or get tangled up with the reins, keep a horse you are leading to your left, move in the direction of the traffic flow in a one-way street, never ride more than two abreast, and ride in a single file on narrow or busy roads and when riding round bends. And this is in the rules about animals, rules 47 to 58, subsection horse riders, rule 49 to 55. Rule number 54. You must not take a horse onto a footpath or pavement, and you should not take a horse onto a cycle track. Use a bridleway where possible. Equestrian crossings may be provided for horse riders to cross the road, and you should use this where available. And you can refer back to Rule 27, which we've already covered. You should dismount at level crossings where a horse rider dismount sign is displayed. The law that applies here is Highway Act 1835, Section 72, Roads, Section 72, and Roads Scotland Act 1984, Section 1295. And of course, the Highway Code rules about animals 47 to 58, subsection horse riders rules 49 to 55. Rule number 55. Avoid roundabouts wherever possible. If you use roundabouts, you should keep to the left and watch out for vehicles crossing your path to leave or to join the roundabout. Signal right when riding across exits to show that you are not leaving. Signal left just before you leave the roundabout. And this is in Rules About Animals 47 to 58, subsection Horse Riders, Rules 49 to 55, which we just covered. Rule 56. Dogs. Do not let a dog out on the road on its own. Keep it on a short lead when walking on the pavement, road, or path shared with cyclists or horse riders. And this is in Rules About Animals in the Highway Code, Rules 47 to 58, subsection Other Animals, Rules 56 to 58, which we've just started covering. And now let's have a look at our next rule, which is Rule 57. When in a vehicle, make sure dogs or other animals are suitably restrained so they cannot distract you while you are driving or injure you or themselves if you stop quickly. A seat belt, harness, a pet carrier, dog cage, or dog guard are ways of restraining animals in cars. And this is in the Highway Code, Rules About Animals, again, Rules 47 to 58, subsection Other Animals, Rules 56 to 58. Speaking of, let's move on to Rule 58 and see what the rule is about. Animals being herded. These should be kept under control at all times. You should, if possible, Send another person along the road in front to warn other road users, especially at the bend or the brow of a hill. It's safer not to move animals after dark, but if you do move the animals, then wear reflective clothing and ensure that lights are carried white at the front and red at the rear of the herd. And this is in rules about animals in the Highway Code 47 to 58, subsection other animals, rule 56 to 58, which we've just covered. Rule 59, clothing. You should avoid clothing that may get tangled in the chain or in a wheel or may obscure your lights when you are cycling. Light colored or fluorescent clothing can help other road users to see you in daylight and in poor light conditions, while reflective clothing and or accessories such as arm, ankle bands, belt can increase your visibility in the dark. You should wear a cycle helmet that conforms to current regulations, is the correct size, and is securely fastened. Evidence suggests that a correctly fitted helmet will reduce your risk of sustaining a head injury in certain circumstances. And this is in the Highway Code rules for cyclists, rules 59 to 82, which we've just started covering, subsection overview, rules 59 to 71. Rule number 60. At night, your cycle must have white front and red rear lights lit. It must also be fitted with a red rear reflector and amber pedal reflectors if manufactured after 1st of October 1985. White front reflectors and spoke reflectors will also help you to be seen. Flashing lights are permitted, but it's recommended that cyclists who are riding in areas without street lighting use a steady front lamp. And you can have a look at the law behind this, the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulations 13, 18, and 24. Also, the Highway Code, Rules for Cyclists, Rules 59 to 82, subsection Overview, Rules 59 to 71. Rule number 61. Cycle routes and other facilities. Cycle lanes are marked by a white line which may be broken along the carriageway. You can see Rule 140, which we will be covering a bit later in the video. Also use facilities such as cycle lanes and tracks, advanced stop lines, and token crossings. You can refer to Rule 62 and 73, so the next rule, and also be further down in the video, where they make your journey safer and easier. This will depend, of course, on your experience and skills and the situation at that time. While such facilities are provided for reasons of safety, cyclists may exercise their judgment and they are not obliged to use them. And again, this is contained in the Highway Code rules for cyclists 59 to 82, subsection Overview, rules 59 to 71. Rule number 62. Cycle tracks. These are routes for cyclists that are physically protected or located away from motor traffic other than where they cross side roads. And you can refer to Rule 206, which we will be covering in our next video. Cycle tracks may run alongside footpaths or pavements and be separated by a feature such as a change of material, a verge, a curb, or a white line. You must keep to the side intended for cyclists, as the pedestrian side remains a pavement or footpath. Some cycle tracks shared with pedestrians will not be separated by such a feature. On such shared use routes, you should always take care when passing pedestrians, especially children, older or disabled people, and allow them plenty of room. Always be prepared to slow down and stop if necessary. The law which applies here is the Highway Act 1835, Section 72. And you can see also in the Highway Code which rules apply. Rule number 63. Sharing space with pedestrians, horse riders, and horse-drawn vehicles. When riding in places where sharing with pedestrians, horse riders, or horse-drawn vehicles is allowed, take care when passing pedestrians and horse riders, especially children, older adults, and disabled people. Slow down when necessary and let them know that you are there. For example, by ringing your bell. It's actually recommended that your bike has a bell, or by calling out politely. Remember that pedestrians may be deaf, blind, or partially sighted, and that this may not be obvious. Don't pass pedestrians, horse riders, or horse drawn vehicles closely or at high speed, particularly from behind. You should not pass a horse on their left. Remember that horses can be startled if passed without warning. Always be prepared to slow down and stop when necessary. And you can have a look at the highway code sections and subsection rules which apply here. Rule 64. You must not cycle on a pavement. The law which applies here is the Highway Act 1835, Section 72, and Roads Scotland Act 1984, Section 129, and of course it's also contained in the Highway Code. Rules from 59 to 82 and from 59 to 71. If you have a look there, is telling you in which section and subsection. Rule number 65. Bus lanes. Most bus lanes may be used by cyclists as indicated on signs. Watch out for people getting on or off a bus. Be very careful when you are overtaking a bus or when you are leaving a bus lane, as you will be entering a busier traffic. Don't pass between the curb and the bus when it's at a stop. Rule number 66. You should avoid any actions that could reduce your control of your cycle. Be considerate of the needs of other road users when riding in groups. You can ride two abreast, and it can be safer to do so, particularly in larger groups or when accompanying children or less experienced riders. Be aware of drivers behind you and allow them to overtake, for example, by moving into single file or stopping when you feel that it's safe to let them. Don't ride close behind another vehicle in case the vehicle stops suddenly. Don't carry anything which will affect your balance or may get tangled up with your wheels or chain. Be considerate of other road users, particularly blind and partially sighted pedestrians and horse riders. Let them know you are there when necessary, for example, by calling out or by ringing your bell if you have one. And of course, it's recommended that a bell is fitted on your bike. You can have a look at rules for cyclists 59 to 82 and the overview 59 to 71. Rule number 67. You should look all around to make sure it's safe before moving away from the curb, when pulling out to overtake or to pass stationary vehicles, or when turning at junctions or stopping. Watch out for obstructions in the road, such as drains, service covers, and potholes, positioning yourself so you can move to the left as well as to the right to avoid them safely. Take care when you are passing parked vehicles, leaving enough room, a door's width or 1 meter, to avoid being hit if a car door is opened, and watch out for pedestrians stepping into your path. Be aware of traffic coming up behind you, including other cyclists, and give a clear signal to show other road users what your intention to do is. Take extra care near road humps, narrowings, and other traffic calming features when cycling on the road. Only pass to the left of large vehicles when they are stationary or slow moving, and you should proceed with caution as the driver may not be able to see you. Be particularly careful on the approach to junctions or where a large vehicle could change lanes to the left. And of course, that this is part of the highway code rules for cyclists 59 to 82 in the and in the subsection overview rules 59 to 71. Rule 68. You must not carry a passenger unless your cycle has been built or adapted to carry one. Do not hold on to a moving vehicle or a moving trailer. Do not ride in a dangerous, careless, or inconsiderate manner. And do not ride when under the influence of drink or drugs, including medicine. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 24, 26, 28, 29, and 30, as amended by Road Traffic Act 1991. Also, of course, in the Highway Code. Rule number 69. You must obey all traffic signs and traffic light signals. The law which applies in this case is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, then the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2016, Schedule 3, Part 3, Schedule 7, Part 4, Schedule 9, Part 4 and 6, Schedule 13, Part 6, and Schedule 14, Part 2, and also the Highway Code. Rule number 70. When parking your cycle, find a conspicuous location where it can be seen by passers-by, use cycle stands or other cycle parking facilities wherever possible. Don't leave the cycle where it will cause an obstruction or a hazard to other road users, and make sure that you secure your cycle well so that it will not fall over and become an obstruction or a hazard. And of course that this is included in the Highway Code rules for cyclists. Rule 71. At traffic light junctions and at cycle-only crossings with traffic lights, you must not cross the stop line when the traffic lights are red. Some junctions have an advanced stop line to enable you to position yourself ahead of other traffic and wait. You can refer to rule number 178, which will be covered in our next video. When the traffic lights are red, you may cross the first stop line, but you must not cross the final stop line. The laws which apply here are Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 36.1. And of course, the Highway Code as well. Rule 72. Road positioning. When riding on the roads, there are two basic road positions you should adopt depending on the situation. 1. Ride in the center of your lane to make yourself as clearly visible as possible in the following situations. On quiet roads or streets, if a faster vehicle corners up behind you, move to the left to enable them to overtake, if you can do so safely. In slower moving traffic, when the traffic around you starts to flow more freely, Move over to the left if you can do so safely so that faster vehicles behind you can overtake, and at the approach to junctions or road narrowings where it would be unsafe for drivers to overtake you. And number two, when riding on busy roads with vehicles moving faster than you, allow them to overtake where it's safe to do so, whilst keeping at least zero point 0.5 meters away and further where it's safer from the curb edge. Remember that traffic on most dual carriageways moves quickly, so please also take extra care crossing slip roads. And this is contained in the Highway Code section Rules for Cyclists. Rule 73, Junctions. Some junctions, particularly those with traffic lights, have special cycle facilities, including small cycle traffic lights at eye level height, which may allow you to move or cross separately from or ahead of other traffic. Use these facilities where they make your journey safer and easier. At junctions with no separate cyclist facilities, it's recommended that you proceed as if you were driving a motor vehicle. And here you can refer to rules 170 to 190, which we will be covering in our part 2. And of course, you can refer to the Highway Code rules for cyclists. Rule number 74. Turning. When approaching a junction on the left, watch out for vehicles turning in front of you, out of, or into the side road. If you intend to turn left, check first for other cyclists or motorcyclists before signaling. Do not ride on the inside of vehicles signaling or slowing down to turn left. If you are turning right, check the traffic to ensure it's safe, then signal and move to the center of the road. Wait until there is a safe gap in the oncoming traffic and give a final look before completing the turn. It may be safer to wait on the left until there is a safe gap or to dismount and push your cycle across the road. When turning into or out of a side road, you should give way to pedestrians crossing or waiting to cross. And you can refer to rules for cyclists 59 to 82 in the Highway Code, subsection road junctions, rules 72 to 75, which we are currently covering. Rule 75. Two-stage turns. At some signal control junctions, there may be signs and markings informing cyclists to turn right in two stages. Stage 1. When the traffic light turns green, cyclists wishing to make the turn should go straight ahead to the location marked by a cycle symbol and turn arrow on the carriageway. Then stop and wait there. Stage 2. When the traffic lights on the far side of the junction, now facing the cyclists, turn green, they should then complete the maneuver. And here you can refer to the Highway Code rules for cyclists 59 to 82, subsection road junctions 72 to 75, which we've just covered. Rule 76. Going straight ahead. If you are going straight ahead at a junction, you have priority over traffic waiting to turn into or out of the side road, unless road signs or markings indicate otherwise. Check that you can proceed safely, particularly when approaching junctions on the left alongside stationary or slow moving traffic. Watch out for drivers intending to turn across your path. Remember, the driver ahead may not be able to see you, so bear in mind your speed and position in the road. Take great care when deciding whether it's safe to pass stationary or slow moving lorries and other long vehicles, especially at the approach to junctions, as their drivers may not be able to see you. Remember that they may have to move over to the right before turning left, and that their rear wheels may then come very close to the curb while turning. And here you can refer back to rule number 67, which we've already covered. Rule 77. Busy roads. When you are crossing faster on busy main roads, you may find it safer and easier to dismount and push your cycle across. Wait for a safe gap in the traffic before doing so, especially on faster roads and dual carriageways, and make use of traffic islands or central reservations to help you where appropriate. And of course, the highway code rules that apply here are the rules for cyclists 59 to 82, subsection roundabouts, rule 76 to 78, which we've just started covering. Rule 78. Full details about the correct procedure at roundabouts without cycle facilities are contained in rules 184 to 190, which we will be covering in part 2. So watch out for vehicles crossing your path to leave or join the roundabout, remembering that drivers may not easily see you. Yes, and this is contained like the previous one in the rules for cyclists 59 to 82, subsection roundabouts 76 to 78. Rule 79. If you are turning right, you can ride in the left or right hand lanes and move left when approaching your exit. Position yourself in the center of your lane if it's safe to do so. You can refer back to Rule 72 and signal right to indicate that you are not leaving the roundabout. Alternatively, you may feel safer walking your cycle round on the pavement or verge. If you decide to ride round, keeping to the left-hand lane, you should be aware that drivers may not easily see you. Take extra care when cycling across exits. You should also signal right to show that you are not leaving the roundabout. Also, watch out for vehicles crossing your path to leave or join the roundabout. Then, where a roundabout has separate cycle facilities, you should use these facilities where they make your journey safer and easier, although you are not obliged to use them. This will depend on your experience and skills and the situation at that time. And of course, here you can refer to the highway code rules for cyclists, subsection crossing the road. Rule 80. Give plenty of room to long vehicles on the roundabout as they need more space to maneuver. Don't ride in the space they need to get round the roundabout. It may be safer to wait until they have cleared the roundabout. And here you can refer to the highway code rules for cyclists 59 to 82, which we are covering currently, subsection crossing the road rules 79 to 82. Rule 81. Do not ride across equestrian crossings as they are for horse riders only. Do not ride across a pelican, puffin, or zebra crossing. Dismount and wheel your cycle across. And this is contained in the Highway Code Rules for Cyclists 59 to 82, subsection crossing the road, Rule 79 to 82, which we are currently covering. Rule 82. Crossings. Token crossings are light controlled crossings which allow cyclists and pedestrians to share crossing space and cross at the same time. They are push button operated. Pedestrians and cyclists will see the green signal together. Cyclists are permitted to ride across. Cycle track on opposite sides of the road may be linked by cycle-only signaled crossings. You may ride across, but you must not cross until the green cycle symbol is showing. Cycle track crossings can be in spacious pedestrian environments. Cyclists should look out and be prepared to stop for pedestrians crossing the track informally as well as at these designated points. Take extra care when crossing level crossings and tramways. You can refer to Rule number 306, which we will be covering in part 2. You should dismount at level crossings where a cyclist dismount sign is displayed. The law which apply here is the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Schedule 14, Part 1, and of course in the Highway Code as well. Rule 83. On all journeys, the rider and pillion passenger on a motorcycle, scooter, or moped must wear a protective helmet. This does not apply to a follower of the Sikh religion while wearing a turban. Helmets must comply with the regulations and they must be fastened securely. Riders and passengers of motor, tricycles, and quadricycles, also called quad bikes, should also wear a protective helmet. Before each journey, check that your helmet visor is clean and in good condition. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 16 and 17, the Motorcycles Protective Helmets Regulations 1998 as amended Regulation 4, and also in the Highway Code, rules for motorcyclists 83 to 88, which we've just started covering, subsection General Rules 83 to 88. Rule 84. It's also advisable to wear eye protectors which must comply with the regulations. Scratched or poorly fitting eye protectors can limit your view when riding, particularly in bright sunshine and the hours of darkness. Consider wearing ear protection as well. Strong boots, gloves, and suitable clothing may help to protect you if you are involved in a collision. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 18, the Motorcycles Eye Protectors Regulations 1999 as amended Regulation 4, and rules for motorcyclists in the Highway Code 83 to 88, subsection General 83 to 88. And by the way, we are covering these rules now. Rule 85. You must not carry more than one pillion passenger who must sit astride the machine on a proper seat. They should face forward with both feet on the footrests. You must not carry a pillion passenger unless your motorcycle is designed to do so. Provisional license holders must not carry a pillion passenger. The laws that apply here are Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 23, the Motor Vehicles Driving Licenses Regulations 1999, Regulation 16.6, the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 102, and the Highway Code rules for motorcyclists 83 to 88, subsection General 83 to 88. Rule 86. Daylight riding. Make yourself as visible as possible from the side as well as front and the rear. You could wear a light or brightly colored helmet and fluorescent clothing or strips. Dipped headlights, even in good daylight, may also make you more conspicuous. However, be aware that other vehicle drivers may still not have seen you or judged your distance or speed correctly, especially at junctions. And you can refer to the rules for motorcyclists in the Highway Code 83 to 88, subsection General 83 to 88, which we are covering right now. Rule 87. Riding in the dark. Wear reflective clothing or strips to improve your visibility in the dark. These reflect light from the headlamps of other vehicles, making you visible from a longer distance. So you can have a look at Rule 113 to 116 for lighting requirements, which we will be covering shortly in this video. And again, we have the same high code rules section and subsection as the previous one. Rule 88, maneuvering. You should be aware of what is behind and to the sides before maneuvering. Look behind you. Use mirrors if they are fitted. When in traffic use, look out for pedestrians crossing between vehicles and vehicles emerging from junctions or changing lanes. Position yourself so that drivers in front can see you in their mirrors. Additionally, when filtering in slow moving traffic, take care and keep your speed low. Remember, observation, signal, maneuver. And of course, again, you can refer to the highway code rules for motorcyclists, Rule 83 to 88, which we have just covered now, subsection general, Rule 83 to 88. Rule 89, vehicle condition. You must ensure that your vehicle and trailer comply with the full requirements of the road vehicles, construction and use regulations, and road vehicles lighting regulations. See the road user and the law if you want to find more info. And this is contained in the Highway Code Rules for Drivers and Motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Vehicle Condition, Rule 89. We've just covered this rule now. Rule 90. Make sure that you are fit to drive. You must report to the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency or the DVLA any health condition likely to affect your driving. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 94, and the Highway Code Rules for Drivers and Motorcyclists 89 to 102. Subsection Fitness to Drive, Rules 90 to 94, which we've just started covering now. Rule 91. Driving when you are tired greatly increases your risk of collision. To minimize this risk, make sure that you are fit to drive. Don't begin a journey if you are feeling tired. Get a good night's sleep before embarking on a long journey. Avoid undertaking long journeys between midnight and 6 a.m. when natural alertness is at a minimum, and plan your journey to take sufficient breaks. A minimum break of at least 15 minutes after every 2 hours of driving is recommended. If you feel at all sleepy, stop in a safe place. Don't stop on the hard shoulder of the motorway. The most effective ways to counter sleepiness are to drink, for example, 2 cups of caffeinated coffee and to take a short nap of at least 15 minutes. And again, we can find this in the highway code, which we are just doing now, rules for drivers and motorcyclists, rules 89 to 102, subsection fitness to drive, rules 90 to 94, which we are covering just now. Rule 92, vision. You must be able to read a vehicle number plate in good daylight from a distance of 20 meters or 20.5 meters where the old style number plate is used. If you need to wear glasses or contact lenses to do this, you must wear them at all times while driving. The police have the power to require a driver to undertake an eyesight test. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 96, the Motor Vehicles Driving Licenses Regulations 1999, Regulation 40 and Schedule 8, and of course the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Fitness to Drive, rules 90 to 94. Rule 93. Slow down and if necessary, stop if you are dazzled by bright sunlight. And you can refer here to the rules for drivers and motorcyclists, rules 89 to 102 from the Highway Code, which we are just covering now, subsection fitness to drive, rules 90 to 94. So bearing this in mind, let's move on to rule 94 and see what it says. At night or in poor visibility, do not use tinted glasses, lenses, or visors if they restrict your vision. And again, like I said in the previous rule, this is contained in the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists, 89 to 102, subsection fitness to drive, rules 90 to 94. Rule 95. Do not drink and drive, as it will seriously affect your judgment and abilities. In England and Wales, you must not drive with a breath alcohol level higher than 35 micrograms, 100 milliliters of breath, or a blood alcohol level of more than 80 milligrams, 100 milliliters of blood. In Scotland, the legal limits are lower. You must not drive with a breath alcohol level higher than 22 micrograms, 100 milliliters of breath, or a blood alcohol level of more than 50 milligrams, 100 milliliters of blood. The laws which apply here are Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 4511(2), and the Road Traffic Act 1988, Prescribed Limit Scotland Regulations 2014, and the Highway Code Rules for Drivers and Motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Alcohol and Drugs, Rules 95 to 96, which we just started covering now. Rule 96. You must not drive under the influence of drugs or medicine. For medicines, check with your doctor or pharmacist and don't drive if you are advised that you may be impaired. You must not drive if you have illegal drugs or certain medicines in your blood above specified limits. It's highly dangerous, so never take illegal drugs if you are planning to drive. The effects are unpredictable but can even be more severe than alcohol and result in fatal or serious road crashes. Illegal drugs have been specified at very low levels, so even small amounts of use could be above the specified limits. The limits for certain medicines have been specified at higher levels, above the levels generally found in the blood of patients who have taken normal therapeutic doses. If you are found to have a concentration of a drug above its specified limit in your blood because you have been prescribed or legitimately supplied a particularly high dose of medicine, then you can raise a statutory medical reference provided your driving was not impaired by the medicine you are taking. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 4 and 5, and of course the Highway Code rules. Rule 97. Before setting off, you should ensure that you have planned your route and you allowed sufficient time, that your clothing and footwear don't prevent you from using the controls in the correct manner, that you know where all the controls are and how to use them before you need them. Not all vehicles are the same. Don't wait until it's too late to find out. Make sure that your mirrors and seat are adjusted correctly to ensure comfort, full control, and maximum vision, that the head restraints are properly adjusted to reduce the risk of neck and spine injuries in the event of a collision, that you have sufficient fuel before you start your journey. especially if it includes motorway driving. It can be dangerous to lose power when you are driving in traffic, so make sure that your vehicle is legal and roadworthy, and make sure that you switch off your mobile phone because, of course, as we all know, mobile phones, they can be distractions when you are driving. And the rules from the highway code which apply here are the rules for drivers and motorcyclists, 89 to 102, which we are covering right now, subsection before setting off, rule 97, which is this rule. Rule 98, vehicle towing and loading. As a driver, you must not tow more than your license allows. If you pass the car test after 1st of January 1997, you are restricted on the weight of trailer you can tow. You must not overload your vehicle or trailer. You should not tow a weight greater than that recommended by the manufacturer of your vehicle. You must secure your load and it must not stick out dangerously. Make sure any heavy or sharp objects and any animals are secured safely. If there is a collision, they might hit someone inside the vehicle and cause serious injury. You should properly distribute the weight in your caravan or trailer with heavy items mainly over the axles and ensure a downward load on the tow ball. Manufacturer's recommended weight and tow ball load should not be exceeded. This should avoid the possibility of swerving or snaking and going out of control. If it does happen, ease off the accelerator and reduce speed gently to regain control. Carrying a load or pulling a trailer may require you to adjust the headlights. In the event of a breakdown, be aware that towing a vehicle on a tow rope is potentially dangerous. You should consider professional recovery. The laws which apply here are the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 100, and the Motor Vehicles Driving Licenses Regulations 1999, Regulation 43, and of course the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Vehicle Towing and Loading, Rule 98, which we have just covered now. Rule 99. You must wear a seat belt in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles if one is fitted. So you can have a look at the following table, which will be on the next slide. Adults and children aged 14 years and over must use a seat belt or a child restraint where fitted when seated in minibuses, buses, and coaches. Exemptions are allowed for the holders of medical exemption certificates and those making deliveries or collections in goods vehicles when traveling less than 50 meters, approximately 162 feet. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 14 and 15, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seatbelts Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seatbelts by Children in Front Seats Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seatbelts Amendment Regulations 2006, and of course in the Highway Code rules for drivers and motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Seatbelts and Child Restraints, rules 99 to 102. And here is the table. You can have a look at the seat belt requirements. And this table, it's in fact giving you the main legal requirements for wearing seat belts in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles. So, you can pause the video right here, take a screenshot or take a photo so you can have this handy whenever you need it. Rule 100. The driver must ensure that all children under 14 years of age in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles wear seat belts, or sit in an approved child restraint where required. So see table above, just the previous table we've seen. If a child is under 1.35 meters, approximately 4 feet 5 inches tall, a baby seat, child seat, booster seat, or booster cushion must be used suitable for the child's weight and fitted to the manufacturer's instructions. The laws here are Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 14 and 15, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts by Children in Front Seats Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts Amendment Regulations 2006, and also, of course, the Highway Code Rules for Drivers and Motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Seat Belts and Child Restraints, Rules 99 to 102, which we've just started covering. Rule 101. A rear-facing baby seat must not be fitted into a seat protected by an active frontal airbag, as in a crash, it can cause serious injury or death to the child. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, sections 14 and 15, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts by Children in Front Seats Regulations 1993, the Motor Vehicles Wearing of Seat Belts Amendment Regulations 2006, and of course in the Highway Code Rules for Drivers and Motorcyclists 89 to 102, subsection Seat Belts and Child Restraints Rules 99 to 102. Rule 102. Children in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles. Drivers who are carrying children in cars, vans, and other goods vehicles should also ensure that children should get into the vehicle through the door nearest to the curb, that child restraints are properly fitted to manufacturer's instructions, that children do not sit behind the rear seats in an estate car or hatchback unless a special child seat has been fitted, that the child safety door locks where fitted are used when children are in the vehicle and children are kept under control. This section should be read by all drivers, motorcyclists, cyclists, and horse riders. The rules in the Highway Code do not give you the right of way in any circumstances, but they advise you when you should give way to others. Always give way if it can help to avoid an incident. And of course, this is contained in the Highway Code Rules for Drivers and Motorcyclists 89 to 102, which we are currently covering, subsection Seatbelts and Child Restraints Rules 99 to 102. Rule 103. Signals warn and inform other road users, including pedestrians, of your intended actions. You should always give clear signals in plenty of time. Having checked is not misleading to signal at that time. Always use them to advise other road users before you change course or direction, stopping or moving off. Always cancel them after use and make sure that your signals will not confuse others. If, for instance, you want to stop after a side road, do not signal until you are passing the road. If you signal earlier, it may give the impression that you intend to turn into the road. Your brake lights will warn traffic behind you that you are slowing down. Use an arm signal to emphasize or reinforce your signal if necessary. Remember that signaling does not give you priority. And below you can see the general rules, techniques, and advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158 in the Highway Code, subsection signals. Rules 103 to 106. These rules, we are covering them now. Rule 104. You should also watch out for signals given by other road users and proceed only when you are satisfied it's safe. Be aware that an indicator on another vehicle may not have been cancelled. And of course, that this rule is part of the highway code, the rules we are covering just now. Rule 105. You must obey signals given by police officers, traffic wardens, and signs used by school crossing patrols. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 28, the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 35, Traffic Management Act Section 6, the Functions of Traffic Wardens Amendment Order 2002, Article 3, and the rules in the Highway Code. Rule 106. Police stopping procedures. If the police want to stop your vehicle, they will, where possible, attract your attention by flashing blue lights, headlights, or sounding their siren or horn, usually from behind, or by directing you to pull over to the side by pointing and or using the left indicator. You must then pull over and stop as soon as it's safe to do so. Then switch off your engine. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 163, and of course, as usual, the Highway Code rules. Rule 107. Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency, or the DVSA. The officers have the power to stop vehicles on all roads, including motorways and trunk roads. They will attract your attention by flashing amber lights, either from the front, requesting you to follow them to a safe place to stop, or from behind, directing you to pull over to the side by pointing and or using the left indicator. It's an offense not to comply with their directions. You must obey any signals given. The law which applies in this case is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 67, Police Reform Act Section 41, and Schedule 5.8. Rule 108. Traffic officers have powers to stop vehicles on most motorways and some A-class roads in England and in Wales. If traffic officers in uniform want to stop your vehicle on safety grounds, for example, an unsecured load, they will, where possible, attract your attention by flashing amber lights, usually from behind, or by directing you to pull over to the side by pointing and or using the left indicator. You must then pull over and stop as soon as it's safe to do so. Then you must switch off your engine. It's an offense not to comply with their directions. The law here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 35 and 163 as amended by Traffic Management Act Section 6. Rule 109. Traffic light signals and traffic signs. You must obey all traffic light signals and traffic signs giving orders, including temporary signals and signs. Make sure that you know, understand, and act on all other traffic and information signs and road markings. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10, 15, 16, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 36, 38, and 40. And of course the Highway Code rules. Rule 110. Flashing headlights. Only flash your headlights to let other road users know that you are there. Do not flash your headlights to convey any other message or to intimidate other road users. And the Highway Code rules are the general rules, techniques, and advice for all drivers and riders 103 to 158, subsection Other Stopping Procedures, Rules 107 to 112, the rules which we are covering right now. Rule 111. Never assume that flashing headlights is a signal inviting you to proceed. Use your own judgment and proceed carefully. Rule 112. The horn. Use only while your vehicle is moving and you need to warn other road users of your presence. Never sound your horn aggressively. You must not use your horn while stationary on the road or when you are driving in a built-up area between the hours of 11:30 at night and 7 in the morning, except when another road user poses a danger. The law which applies here is the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations, 1986, Regulation 99. Rule 113. You must ensure that all side lights and rear registration plate lights are lit between sunset and sunrise. You have to use headlights at night, except on a road which has lit street lighting. These roads are generally restricted to a speed limit of 30 miles per hour or 48 kilometers per hour, unless otherwise specified. You must use headlights when visibility is seriously reduced. You can refer to Rule 226, which we will be covering in Part 2. The night, or the hours of darkness, is defined as the period between half an hour after sunset and half an hour before sunrise. The laws which apply here are the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations, 1989, Regulations 3, 24, and 25. In Scotland, the Road Traffic Regulation Act, 1984, Section 82, as amended by New Roads and Street Works Act, 1991, paragraph 59 of Schedule 8. Rule 114. You must not use any lights in a way which would dazzle or cause discomfort to other road users, including pedestrians, cyclists, and horse riders. You must not use front or rear fog lights unless visibility is seriously reduced. You must switch them off when visibility improves to avoid dazzling other road users. You can also refer to Rule 226, which we will be covering in Part 2. In stationary queues of traffic, drivers should apply the parking brake, and once the following traffic stopped, take their foot off the foot brake to deactivate the vehicle brake lights. This will minimize glare to road users behind until the traffic moves again. And the law here is the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations, 1989, Regulation 27. Rule 115. You should also use dipped headlights or dim dip if fitted at night in built-up areas and in dull daytime weather to ensure that you can be seen. You should keep your headlights dipped when overtaking until you are level with the other vehicle and then change to main beam if necessary, unless this would dazzle oncoming road users. And you should also slow down and, if necessary, stop if you are dazzled by oncoming headlights. And of course, that this is covered in the Highway Code, General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders, Rules 103 to 158, which we are covering right now, subsection Lighting Requirements, Rules 113 to 116. So, having that in mind, let's see what Rule 116 says. Hazard warning lights. These may be used when your vehicle is stationary to warn that is temporarily obstructing traffic. Never use hazard warning lights as an excuse for dangerous or illegal parking. You must not use hazard warning lights while driving or being towed unless you are on a motorway or unrestricted dual carriageway and you need to warn drivers behind you of a hazard or obstruction ahead. Only use them for long enough to ensure that your warning has been observed. The law that applies here is the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations, 1989, Regulation 27. Rule 117. In normal circumstances, the safest way to brake is to do so early and lightly. Brake more firmly as you begin to stop. Ease the pressure off just before the vehicle comes to rest to avoid a jerky stop. And you can refer to the section in the Highway Code, General Rules, Techniques and Advice for all drivers and riders, Rules 103 to 158, which we are covering right now, subsection Control of the Vehicle, Rules 117 to 126, which we are covering now. Rule 118. In an emergency, brake immediately. Try to avoid braking so harshly that you lock your wheels. Locked wheels can lead to loss of control. Rule 119. Skids. Skidding is usually caused by the driver braking, accelerating, or steering too harshly, or driving too fast for the road conditions. If skidding occurs, remove the cause by releasing the brake pedal fully or easing off the accelerator. Turn the steering wheel in the direction of the skid. For example, if the rear of the vehicle skids to the right, steer immediately to the right to recover. Rule 120. ABS. If your vehicle is fitted with anti-lock brakes, you should follow the advice given in the vehicle handbook. However, in the case of an emergency, apply the foot brake firmly. Do not release the pressure until the vehicle has slowed to the desired speed. The ABS should ensure that steering control will be retained, but do not assume that a vehicle with ABS will stop in a shorter distance. Rule 121. Brakes affected by water. If you have driven through deep water, your brakes may be less effective. Test them at the first safe opportunity by pushing gently on the brake pedal to make sure that they work. If they are not fully effective, gently apply light pressure while driving slowly. This will help to dry them out. Rule 122. Coasting. This term describes a vehicle traveling in neutral or with the clutch pressed down. It can reduce driver control because engine braking is eliminated, vehicle speed downhill will increase quickly, increased use of the foot brake can reduce its effectiveness, steering response will be affected, particularly on bends and corners, and it may be more difficult to select the appropriate gear when needed. Rule 123. The driver and the environment. You must not leave a parked vehicle unattended with the engine running or leave a vehicle engine running unnecessarily while that vehicle is stationary on a public road. Generally, if the vehicle is stationary and is likely to remain so for more than a couple of minutes, you should apply the parking brake and switch off the engine to reduce emissions and noise pollution. However, it's permissible to leave the engine running if the vehicle is stationary in traffic or for diagnosing faults. The law which applies here is the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations, 1986, Regulations 98 and 107. Rule 124. You must not exceed the maximum speed limits for the road and for your vehicle. The presence of street lights generally means that there is a 30 miles per hour or 48 kilometers per hour speed limit unless otherwise specified. The laws which apply here are Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 81, 86, 89, and Schedule 6 as amended by the Motor Vehicles Variations of Speed Limits England and Wales Regulations 2014. And here is the speed limits table. The 30 miles per hour speed limits. The 30 miles per hour limit usually applies to all traffic on all roads with street lighting unless the signs show otherwise. And the 60 miles per hour, 96 kilometers per hour if articulated or towing a trailer. So you can pause the video right here if you wish to do that. Take a screenshot of the table to keep it handy or take a photo. Rule 125. The speed limit is the absolute maximum and does not mean it's safe to drive at that speed irrespective of conditions. Driving at speeds too fast for the road and traffic conditions is dangerous. You should always reduce your speed when the road layout or condition presents hazards such as bends, when you are sharing the road with pedestrians, cyclists, and horse riders, particularly children and motorcyclists, when the weather conditions make it safer to do so, when driving at night, as it is more difficult to see other road users. Rule 126. Stopping distances. Drive at a speed which will allow you to stop well within the distance you can see to be clear. You should leave enough space between you and the vehicle in front so that you can pull up safely if it suddenly slows down or stops. The safe rule is never to get closer than the overall stopping distance. Allow at least a 2-second gap between you and the vehicle in front on roads carrying faster moving traffic and in tunnels where the visibility is reduced. The gap should be at least doubled on wet roads and increased still further on icy roads. Large vehicles and motorcycles need a greater distance to stop. If driving a large vehicle in a tunnel, you should allow a 4-second gap between you and the vehicle in front. If you have to stop in a tunnel, leave at least a 5-meter gap between you and the vehicle in front. Rule 127. A broken white line. This marks the center of the road. When this line lengthens and the gaps shorten, it means that there is a hazard ahead. Do not cross it unless you can see the road is clear and you wish to overtake or turn off. So this rule is part of the Highway Code, General Rules, Techniques and Advice for all drivers and riders, Rules 103 to 158, subsection Lines and Lane Markings on the Road, Rules 127 to 132, which we are covering right now. Rule 128. Double white lines where the line nearest to you is broken. This means you may cross the lines to overtake if it's safe, provided that you can complete the maneuver before reaching a solid white line on your side. White direction arrows on the road indicate that you need to get back onto your side of the road. Rule 129. Double white lines where the line nearest you is solid. This means you must not cross or straddle it unless it's safe and you need to enter adjoining premises or a side road. You may cross the line if necessary, provided that the road is clear to pass a stationary vehicle or to overtake a pedal cycle, horse, or road maintenance vehicle if they are traveling at 10 miles per hour or 16 kilometers per hour or less. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 26. Rule 130. Areas of white diagonal stripes or chevrons painted on the road. These are to separate traffic lanes or to protect traffic turning right. If the area is bordered by a broken white line, you should not enter the area unless it's necessary and you can see that it's safe to do so. If the area is marked with chevrons and bordered by solid white lines, you must not enter it except in an emergency. The laws which apply here are the Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982, Regulations 5, 9, 10 and 16. Then the Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 4, 8, 9 and 14. The Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulation 10.1. Rule 131. Lane dividers. These are short, broken white lines which are used on wide carriageways to divide them into lanes. You should keep between them. Rule 132. Reflective road studs may be used with white lines. White studs mark the lanes or the middle of the road. Red studs mark the left edge of the road. Amber studs mark the central reservation of a dual carriageway or motorway. Green studs mark the edge of the main carriageway at laybys and slip roads. And green or yellow studs indicate temporary adjustments to lane layouts, for example, where there are roadworks taking place. Rule 133. If you need to change lane, first use your mirrors and if necessary, take a quick sideways glance to make sure that you will not force another road user to change course or speed. When it's safe to do so, signal to indicate your intentions to other road users and when clear, move over. And with our rules, we got now to the subsection of the Highway Code, multi-lane carriageways, rules 133 to 143. Rule 134. You should follow the signs and road markings and get into the lane as directed. In congested road conditions, do not change lanes if you don't need to. Merging in turn is recommended, but only if safe and appropriate when vehicles are traveling at a very low speed. For example, when approaching roadworks or a road traffic incident. Is not recommended at high speed. Rule 135. Where a single carriageway has three lanes and the road markings or signs don't give priority to traffic in either direction, use the middle lane only for overtaking or turning right. Remember, you have no more right to use the middle lane than a driver coming from the opposite direction. Do not use the right hand lane. Rule 136. Where a single carriageway has four or more lanes, use only the lanes that signs or markings indicate. A dual carriageway is a road which has a central reservation to separate the carriageways. Rule 137. On a two-lane dual carriageway, you should stay in the left-hand lane. Use the right-hand lane for overtaking or for turning right. After overtaking, move back to the left-hand lane when it's safe to do so. Rule 138. On a three-lane dual carriageway, you may use the middle lane or the right-hand lane to overtake, but return to the middle and then the left-hand lane when it's safe to do so. Rule 139. Climbing and crawler lanes. These are provided on some hills. Use this lane if you are driving a slow moving vehicle or if there are vehicles behind you wishing to overtake. Be aware of the signs and the road markings which indicate that the lane is about to end. Rule 140. Cycle lanes. These are shown by road markings and signs. You must not drive or park in a cycle lane marked by a solid white line during its times of operation. Do not drive or park in a cycle lane marked by a broken white line unless it's unavoidable. You must not park in any cycle lane whilst waiting restrictions apply. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 5 and 8. Rule 141. Bus lanes. These are shown by road markings and signs that indicate which, if any, other vehicles are permitted to use the bus lane. Unless otherwise indicated, you should not drive in a bus lane during its period of operation. You may enter a bus lane to stop, to load or unload where this is not prohibited. Rule 142. High occupancy vehicle lanes and other designated vehicle lanes. Lanes may be restricted for use by particular types of vehicle. These restrictions may apply some or all of the time. The operating times and vehicle types will be indicated on the accompanying traffic signs. You must not drive in such lanes during their times of operation unless signs indicate that your vehicle is permitted. Vehicles permitted to use designated lanes may or may not include cycles, buses, taxis, licensed private hire vehicles, motorcycles, heavy goods vehicles, and high occupancy vehicles. Where HOV lanes are in operation, they must only be used by vehicles containing at least the minimum number of people indicated on the traffic signs and any other vehicles such as buses and motorcycles as indicated on signs prior to the start of the lane, irrespective of the number of occupants. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8, and the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36. Rule 143. One-way street. Traffic must travel in the direction indicated by signs. Buses and or cycles may have a contraflow lane. Choose the correct lane for your exit as soon as you can. Don't change lanes suddenly. Unless road signs or markings indicate otherwise, you should use the left-hand lane when you are going left, the right-hand lane when you are going right, and the most appropriate lane when you are going straight ahead. Remember, traffic could be passing on both sides. The law which applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36. And the Highway Code General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158, which we are covering right now, subsection multi-lane carriageways, Rules 133 to 143. Rule 144. You must not drive dangerously, drive without due care and attention, or drive without reasonable consideration for other road users. And the law that applies here is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 2 and 3, as amended by Road Traffic Act 1991. And the Highway Code, General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158, subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158, which we've just started covering now. Rule 145. You must not drive on or over a pavement, footpath, or bridleway except to gain lawful access to property or in the case of an emergency. The laws which apply here are the Highway Act 1835, Section 72, and the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 34. Rule 146. Adapt your driving to the appropriate type and condition of the road you are on. In particular, do not treat speed limits as a target. It's often not appropriate or safe to drive at the maximum speed limit. Take the road and traffic conditions into account. Be prepared for unexpected or difficult situations, for example, the road being blocked beyond a blind bend. Be prepared to adjust your speed as a precaution. Where there are junctions, be prepared for road users emerging. On side roads and country lanes, look out for unmarked junctions where nobody has priority. Be prepared to stop at traffic control systems, roadworks, pedestrian crossings, or traffic lights as necessary. Try to anticipate what pedestrians and cyclists might do. If pedestrians, particularly children, are looking the other way, they may step out into the road without seeing you. Rule 147. Be considerate. Be careful of and considerate towards all types of road users, especially those requiring extra care. You can refer to the Rule 204 of the Highway Code, which we will be covering in Part 2. You must not throw anything out of a vehicle, for example, food or food packaging, cigarette ends, cans, paper, or carrier bags. This can endanger other road users, particularly motorcyclists and cyclists. Try to be understanding if other road users cause problems. They may be inexperienced or not know the area well. Be patient. Remember that anyone can make a mistake. Don't allow yourself to become agitated or involved if someone is behaving badly on the road. This will only make the situation worse. Pull over, calm down, and when you feel relaxed, continue your journey. Slow down and hold back if a road user pulls out into your path at a junction. Allow them to get clear. Don't overreact by driving too close behind to intimidate them. The law which applies here is the Environmental Protection Act 1990, Section 87. Rule 148. Safe driving and riding needs concentration. Avoid distractions when you are driving or riding, such as loud music. These may, in fact, mask other sounds by trying to read maps, starting or adjusting any music or radio, arguing with your passengers or other road users, eating and drinking or smoking. You must not smoke in public transport vehicles or in vehicles used for work purposes in certain prescribed circumstances. Separate regulations apply to England, Wales, and Scotland. In England and Wales, the driver must not smoke or allow anyone to smoke in an enclosed private vehicle carrying someone under 18 years old, including motor caravans. In Scotland, is an offence for anyone aged 18 or over to smoke in a private motor vehicle unless it's parked and being used as a living accommodation when there is someone under 18 years old in the vehicle and the vehicle is in a public place. The laws which apply here are the Smoke Free Exemption and Vehicles Regulations 2007, the Smoke Free Premises, etc., Wales Regulations 2007, the Prohibition of Smoking in Certain Premises Scotland Regulations 2006, the Smoke Free Private Vehicles Regulations 2015, the Smoke Free Premises Wales Amendment Regulations 2015, Smoking Prohibition, Children in Motor Vehicles, Scotland Act 2016. Rule 149. You must exercise proper control of your vehicle at all times. You must not use a handheld mobile phone or a similar device capable of interactive communication, for example, a tablet, for any purpose when driving or when supervising a learner driver. This ban covers all use of a handheld interactive communication device, and it applies even when the interactive communication capability is turned off or unavailable. You must not pick up the phone or similar device while you are driving to dial a number and then put it in the cradle for the duration of the conversation. You must not pick up and use your handheld phone or similar device while stationary in traffic. There is an exception to call 999 or 112 in a genuine emergency when it's unsafe or impractical to stop. For those of you who are not aware, 112 is the emergency number for Europe. There is also an exception if you are using a handheld mobile phone or similar device to make a contactless payment at a contactless payment terminal. Your vehicle must be stationary and the goods or services must be received at the same time as or after the contactless payment. The laws which apply here are the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 2 and 3, and the Road Vehicles Constructions and Use Regulations 1986, Regulations 104 and 1110. Rule 150. There is a danger of driver distraction being caused by in-vehicle systems such as satellite navigation systems, congestion warning systems, personal computers, multimedia, etc. You must exercise proper control of your vehicle at all times. Do not rely on driver assistance systems such as motorway assist, lane departure warnings, or remote control parking. They are available to assist you, but you should not reduce your concentration levels. Don't get distracted by maps or screen-based information like navigation or vehicle management systems while you are driving or riding. If necessary, if you need to use them, find a safe place to stop. As the driver, you are still responsible for the vehicle if you use a driver-assisted system such as motorway assist. This is also the case if you use a handheld remote control parking app or device. You must have full control over these systems at all times. And the laws which apply here are the following: the Road Traffic Act 1988, sections 2 and 3, the Road Vehicles Constructions and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 104 and 110, and the Highway Code General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158, subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. And we now finish with part 1 of the Highway Code Rules.
151. In slow-moving traffic, you should reduce the distance between you and the vehicle ahead to maintain traffic flow. Never get so close to the vehicle in front that you cannot stop safely. Leave enough space to be able to maneuver if the vehicle in front breaks down or an emergency vehicle needs to get past. Not change lanes to the left to overtake. Allow access into and from side roads, as blocking this will add to congestion. Be aware of cyclists and motorcyclists who might be passing on either side. Section General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders. Rules 103 to 158. The subsection which covers this is General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 152. Driving in built-up areas. On residential streets, you should drive slowly and carefully. Pedestrians are likely to be seen, as well as cyclists and parked cars. In some areas, 20 miles per hour, 32 kilometers per hour, its maximum speed limit might be in force. Look out for vehicles emerging from junctions or driveways, for vehicles moving off or car doors opening. Pedestrians, children running out from between parked cars, or cyclists or motorcyclists. Section General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158. Subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 153. Traffic calming measures. On some roads, there are features such as road humps, chicanes, and narrowings which are intended to slow you down. When you approach these features, reduce your speed. Allow cyclists and motorcyclists room to pass through them. Maintain a reduced speed along the whole of the stretch of road within the calming measures. Give way to oncoming road users if directed to do so by signs. You should not overtake other moving road users while in this area. Section General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158. Subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 154. Country roads. Take extra care on country roads and reduce your speed at approaches to bends, which can be sharper than they appear, and at the junctions and turnings, which might be partially hidden. Be prepared for pedestrians, horse riders, cyclists, slow-moving farm vehicles, or mud on the road surface. Make sure you can stop within the distance you can see to be clear. You should also reduce your speed where country roads enter villages. Section General Rules, Techniques and Advice for All Drivers and Riders, Rules 103 to 158. Subsection General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 155. Single track roads. These are only wide enough for one vehicle. They might have special passing places. If you see a vehicle coming towards you, or the driver behind wants to overtake, pull into a passing place on your left, or wait opposite a passing place on your right. Give way to road users coming uphill whenever you can. If necessary, reverse until you reach a passing place to let the other vehicles pass. Slow down when passing pedestrians, cyclists, and horse riders. Section: General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158. Subsection: General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 156. The Highway Code says not to park in passing places. Passing places are generally marked with a diamond-shaped white sign with the words "Passing Place" on it. Section: General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158. Subsection: General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 157. Certain motorized vehicles do not meet the construction and technical requirements for road vehicles and are generally not intended, not suitable, and not legal for road, pavement, footpath, cycle path, or bridleway use. These include most types of miniature motorcycles, also called mini-motos, and motorized scooters, also called go-peds, which are powered by electric or internal combustion engines. These types of vehicles must not be used on roads, pavements, footpaths, or bridleways. Section: General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158. Subsection: General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 158. Certain models of motorcycles, motor tricycles, and quadricycles, also called quad bikes, are suitable only for off-road use and do not meet legal standards for use on roads. Vehicles that do not meet these standards must not be used on roads. They must not be used on pavements, footpaths, cycle paths, or bridleways either. You must make sure that any motorcycle, motor tricycle, quadricycle, or any other motor vehicle meets legal standards and is properly registered, taxed, and insured before using it on the roads. Even when registered, taxed, and insured for the road, vehicles must not be used on pavements. Section: General Rules, Techniques, and Advice for all drivers and riders. Rules 103 to 158. Subsection: General Advice, Rules 144 to 158. Rule 159. Before moving off, you should use all mirrors to check the road is clear. Look around to check the blind spots, the areas you are unable to see in the mirrors. Signal if necessary before moving out. Look around for a final check. Move off only when it is safe to do so. Section: Using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection: General Rules, Rules 159 to 161. Rule 160. Once moving, you should keep to the left unless road signs and markings indicate otherwise. The exceptions are when you want to overtake, turn right, or pass parked vehicles or pedestrians in the road. Keep well to the left on right-hand bends. This will improve your view of the road and help avoid the risk of colliding with traffic approaching from the opposite direction. Drive or ride with both hands on the wheel or handlebars where possible. This will help you to remain in full control of the vehicle at all times. You may use driver assistance systems while you are driving. Make sure you use any system according to the manufacturer's instructions. Be aware of other road users, especially cyclists and motorcyclists, who might be filtering through the traffic. These are more difficult to see than larger vehicles, and their riders are particularly vulnerable. Give them plenty of room, especially if you are driving a long vehicle or towing a trailer. You should give way to cyclists when you are changing direction or lane. Do not cut across them. Select the low gear before you reach a long downhill slope. This will help to control your speed. When towing, remember the extra length will affect overtaking and maneuvering. The extra weight will also affect the braking and acceleration. The section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection General Rules, Rules 159 to 161. Rule 161. Mirrors. All mirrors should be used effectively throughout your journey. You should use your mirrors frequently so that you always know what is behind and to each side of you, and use them in good time before you signal or change direction or speed. Be aware that mirrors do not cover all areas and there will be blind spots. You will need to look round and check. Remember, mirrors signal maneuver. This covers section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection General Rules, Rules 159 to 161. Rule 162. Before overtaking, you should make sure the road is sufficiently clear ahead. The road users are not beginning to overtake you. There is a suitable gap in front of the road user you plan to overtake. The section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. The subsection Overtaking, Rules 162 to 169. Rule 163. Overtake only when it is safe and legal to do so. You should not get too close to the vehicle you intend to overtake. Use your mirrors, signal when it is safe to do so. Take a quick sideways glance, if necessary, into the blind spot areas, and then start to move out. Don't assume that you can simply follow a vehicle ahead which is overtaking. There may only be enough room for one vehicle. Move quickly past the vehicle you are overtaking once you have started to overtake. Allow plenty of room. Move back to the left as soon as you can, but do not cut in. Take extra care at night and improve visibility when it is harder to judge speed and distance. Give way to oncoming vehicles before passing parked vehicles or other obstructions on your side of the road. Only overtake on the left if the vehicle in front is signaling to turn right, and there is room to do so. Stay in your lane if traffic is moving slowly in queues. If the queue on your right is moving more slowly than you are, you might pass on the left. Cyclists may pass slow-moving or stationary traffic on the right or left and should proceed with caution, as the driver may not be able to see you. Be careful about doing so, particularly on the approach to junctions, and especially when deciding whether it is safe to pass lorries or other large vehicles. Give motorcyclists, cyclists, and horse riders and horse-drawn vehicles at least as much room as you would when overtaking a car. As a guide, leave at least 1.5 meters when overtaking cyclists at speeds of up to 30 miles per hour, and give them more space when overtaking at higher speeds. Pass horse riders and horse-drawn vehicles at speeds under 10 meters per hour, and allow at least 2 meters of space. Allow at least 2 meters of space and keep to a low speed when passing a pedestrian who is walking on the road, for example, when there is no pavement. Take extra care and give more space when overtaking motorcyclists, cyclists, horse riders, horse-drawn vehicles, and pedestrians in bad weather, including high winds, and at night. You should wait behind a motorcyclist, cyclist, horse rider, horse-drawn vehicle, or pedestrian, and not overtake it if it is unsafe or not possible to meet these clearances. Remember, mirrors signal maneuver. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, rules 162 to 169. Rule 164. Large vehicles. Overtaking this is more difficult. You should draw back. This will increase your ability to see ahead and should allow the driver of the large vehicle to see you in their mirrors. Getting too close to large vehicles, including agricultural vehicles, such as a tractor with a trailer or other fixed equipment, will obscure your view of the road ahead and there might be another slow-moving vehicle in front. Make sure that you have enough room to complete your overtaking maneuver before committing yourself. It takes longer to pass a large vehicle. If in doubt, do not overtake. Don't assume you can follow a vehicle ahead which is overtaking a long vehicle. If a problem develops, they might abort overtaking and pull back in. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, rules 162 to 169. Rule 165. You must not overtake if you would have to cross or straddle double white lanes with a solid line nearest to you, or if you would have to enter an area designed to divide traffic if it is surrounded by a solid white line. You must not overtake the nearest vehicle to a pedestrian crossing, especially when it has stopped to let pedestrians cross. You must not overtake if you would have to enter a lane reserved for buses, trams, or cycles during its hours of operation. You must not overtake after a no overtaking sign and until you pass a sign cancelling the restriction. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, rules 162 to 169. Rule 166. Do not overtake if there is any doubt or where you cannot see far enough ahead to be sure it is safe. For example, when you are approaching a corner or bend, a hump bridge, or the brow of a hill. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection overtaking, rules 162 to 169. Rule 167. Do not overtake where you might come into conflict with other road users. For example, approaching or at a road junction on either side of the road, where the road narrows, when approaching a school crossing patrol, on the approach to crossing facilities, where a vehicle ahead is slowing to stop for a pedestrian that is crossing from a pedestrian island, between the curb and a bus or tram when it is at a stop. Don't overtake where traffic is queuing at junctions or road works, when you would force another road user to swerve or slow down at a level crossing, when a road user is indicating right, even if you believe the signal should have been cancelled. Do not take a risk, wait for the signal to be cancelled. Stay behind if you are following a cyclist approaching a roundabout or junction and you intend to turn left. Do not cut across cyclists going ahead, including those using cycle lanes and cycle tracks. Stay behind if you are following a horse rider or horse-drawn vehicle approaching a roundabout or junction and you intend to turn left. Do not cut across a horse rider or horse-drawn vehicle going ahead. Don't overtake when a tram is standing at a curbside tram stop and there is no clearly marked passing lane for other traffic. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Overtaking, Rules 162 to 169. Rule 168. Being overtaken. If a driver is trying to overtake you, maintain a steady course and speed, slowing down if necessary to let the vehicle pass. Never obstruct drivers who wish to pass. Speeding up or driving unpredictably while someone is overtaking you is dangerous. Drop back to maintain a 2-second gap if someone overtakes and pulls into the gap in front of you. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Overtaking, Rules 162 to 169. Rule 169. Do not hold up. A long queue of traffic, especially if you are driving a large or slow-moving vehicle. Check your mirrors frequently and if necessary, pull in where it is safe and let traffic pass. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Overtaking, Rules 162 to 169. Rule 170. Take extra care at junctions. You should watch out for cyclists, motorcyclists, and pedestrians, including powered wheelchairs, mobility scooter users, as they are not always easy to see. Be aware that they might not have seen or heard you if you are approaching from behind. Give way to pedestrians crossing or waiting to cross a road into which or from you are turning. If they have started to cross, they have priority, so give way. Stay behind cyclists, horse riders, horse-drawn vehicles, and motorcyclists at junctions, even if they are waiting to turn and are positioned close to the curb. Watch out for long vehicles which might be turning at a junction ahead. They might have to use the whole width of the road to make the turn. Watch out for horse riders who might take a different line on the road from that which you would expect. Don't assume, when waiting at a junction, that the vehicle coming from the right and signal left will actually turn. Wait and make sure, then look all around before emerging. Do not cross or join a road until there is a gap large enough for you to do so safely. Section using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 171. You must stop behind the line at the junction with the stop sign and the solid white line across the road. Wait for a safe gap in the traffic before you move off. Laws: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 16. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 172. Give way. The approach to a junction may have a give way sign or a triangle marked on the road. You must give way to traffic on the main road when emerging from a junction with broken white lines across the road. Laws that apply to this: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 parenthesis 1, 16 parenthesis 1, and 25. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 173. Dual carriageways. When crossing or turning right, first assess whether the central reservation is deep enough to protect the full length of your vehicle. If it is, then you should treat each half of the carriageway as a separate road. Wait in the central reservation until there is a safe gap in the traffic on the second half of the road. If the central reservation is too shallow for the length of your vehicle, wait until you can cross both carriageways in one go. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 174. Box junctions. These have crisscross yellow lines painted on the road. You must not enter the box until your exit road or lane is clear. However, you might enter the box and wait when you want to turn right, and are only stopped from doing so by oncoming traffic or by other vehicles waiting to turn right. At signal roundabouts, you must not enter the box unless you can cross over it completely without stopping. A law: the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 parenthesis 1 and 29 parenthesis 2. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 175. You must stop behind the white stop line across your side of the road unless the light is green. If the amber light appears, you might go on only if you have already crossed the stop line. You might go on as well if you are so close to it that to stop might cause a collision. The section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 176. You must not move forward over the white line when the red light is showing. Only go forward when the traffic lights are green if there is room for you to clear the junction safely or you are taking up a position to turn right. If the traffic lights are not working, treat the situation as you would an unmarked junction and proceed with great care. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 103. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 177. Green filter arrow. This indicates a filter lane only. Do not enter that lane unless you want to go in the direction of the arrow. You might proceed in the direction of the green arrow when it or the full green light shows. Give other traffic, especially cyclists, time and room to move into the correct lane. Section Using the road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection The Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 178. Advanced stop lines. Some signal control junctions have advanced stop lines to allow cyclists to be positioned ahead of other traffic. Motorists, including motorcyclists, must stop at the first white line reached if the lights are amber or red and should avoid blocking the way or encroaching on the marked area at other times. Example, if the junction ahead is blocked. If your vehicle has proceeded over the first white line at the time that the signal goes red, you should stop as soon as possible and must stop at the second white line. Allow cyclists, including any moving or waiting alongside you, enough time and space to move off when the green signal shows. Drivers of large vehicles should stop sufficiently far behind the first white line so that they can see the whole area where cyclists might be waiting, allowing for any blind spot in front of the vehicle. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions, 2016. Schedule 14, Part 1, 36, parenthesis 1, and 43, parenthesis 2. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203, Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 179. Turn right. Well before you turn right, you should use your mirrors to make sure you know the position and movement of traffic behind you. Give a right turn signal. Take our position just left of the middle of the road or in the space marked for traffic turning right. Leave room for other vehicles to pass on the left if possible. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 103. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 180. Wait until there is a safe gap between you and any oncoming vehicle. Watch out for cyclists, motorcyclists, pedestrians, and other road users. Check your mirrors and blind spot again to make sure you are not being overtaken, then make the turn. Do not cut the corner. Take great care when turning into a main road. You will need to watch for traffic in both directions and wait for a safe gap. Remember, mirrors signal maneuver. Section Using the Road, Rules 159 to 203. Subsection Road Junctions, Rules 170 to 183. Rule 181. When turning right at crossroads, where an oncoming vehicle is also turning right, there is a choice of two methods. 1. Turn right side to right side. Keep the other vehicle on your right and turn behind it. This is generally the safer method as you have a clear view of any approaching traffic when completing your turn. And 2. Left side to left side, turning in front of each other. This can block your view of oncoming vehicles, so take extra care. Cyclists and motorcyclists in particular might be hidden from your view. Road layout, markings, or how the other vehicle is positioned can determine which course should be taken. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection road junctions, rules 170 to 183. Rule 182. Use your mirrors and give a left turn signal well before you turn left. Do not overtake just before you turn left, and watch out for traffic coming up on your left before you make the turn, especially if driving a large vehicle. Cyclists, motorcyclists, and other road users in particular might be hidden from your view. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection road junctions, rules 170 to 183. Rule 183. When turning, keep as close to the left as is safe and practicable. Give way to any vehicle using a bus lane, cycle lane, cycle track, or tramway from either direction, including when they are passing slow-moving or stationary vehicles on either side. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection road junctions, rules 170 to 183. Rule 184. On approaching a roundabout, take notice and act on all the information available to you, including traffic signs, traffic lights, and lane markings which direct you into the correct line. You should use mirrors, signal, maneuver at all stages. Decide as early as possible which exit you need to take. Give an appropriate signal. Time your signals so as not to confuse other road users. Get into the correct lane. Adjust your speed and position to fit in with traffic conditions. Be aware of the speed and position of all the road users around you. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection roundabouts, rules 184 to 190. Rule 185. When reaching the roundabout, you should give priority to traffic approaching from your right unless directed otherwise by signs, road markings, or traffic lights. Check whether road markings allow you to enter the roundabout without giving way. If so, proceed, but still look to the right before joining. Watch out for all other road users already on the roundabout. Be aware they might not be signaling correctly or at all. Look forward before moving off to make sure traffic in front has moved off. Section using the road, rules 159 to 203. Subsection roundabouts, rules 184 to 190. Rule 186. Signals and position. When taking the first exit to the left, unless signs or markings indicate otherwise, signal left and approach in the left-hand lane. Keep to the left on the roundabout and continue signaling left to leave. When taking an exit to the right or going full circle, unless signs or markings indicate otherwise, signal right and approach in the right-hand lane. Keep to the right on the roundabout until you need to change lanes to exit the roundabout. Signal left after you have passed the exit before the one you want. When taking any intermediate exit, Unless signs or markings indicate otherwise, select the appropriate lane on approach to the roundabout. You should not normally need to signal on approach. Stay in this lane until you need to alter course to exit the roundabout. Signal left after you have passed the exit before the one you want. When there are more than 3 lanes at the entrance to a roundabout, use the most appropriate lane on approach and through it. Section Using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection Roundabouts rules 184 to 190. Rule 187. In all cases, watch out for and give plenty of room to pedestrians who might be crossing the approach and exit roads. Watch out for traffic crossing in front of you on the roundabout, especially vehicles intending to leave by the next exit. Traffic which might be straddling lanes or positioned incorrectly. Watch out for motorcyclists and long vehicles, including those towing trailers. This might have to take a different course or straddle lanes, either approaching or on the roundabout because of their length. Watch out for their signals. Section Using the road rules 159 to 103. Subsection Roundabouts rules 184 to 190. Rule 188. Mini roundabouts. Approach this in the same way as normal roundabouts. All vehicles must pass around the central markings except large vehicles, which are physically incapable of doing so. Remember, there is less space to maneuver and less time to signal. Avoid making U-turns at mini roundabouts. Beware of others doing this. Section Using the road rules 159 to 103. Subsection Roundabouts rules 184 to 190. Rule 189. At the double mini roundabouts, treat each roundabout separately and give way to traffic from the right. Section Using the road rules 159 to 103. Subsection Roundabouts rules 184 to 190. Rule 190. Multiple roundabouts. At some complex junctions, there might be a series of mini roundabouts at each intersection. Treat each mini roundabout separately and follow the normal rules. The section Using the road rules 159 to 103. Subsection Roundabouts rules 184 to 190. Rule 191. You must not park on a crossing or in the area covered by the zigzag lines. You must not overtake the moving vehicle nearest the crossing or the vehicle nearest the crossing which has stopped to give way to pedestrians. Laws. The zebra, pelican, and puffin pedestrian crossings regulations and general directions in 1997. Regulations 18, 20, and 24. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 25, parenthesis 5. The Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002. The Regulations 10, 27, and 28. The subsection Using the road rules 159 to 103. Subsection Pedestrian Crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 192. In slow-moving and queuing traffic, you should keep crossings completely clear as blocking this makes it difficult and dangerous for pedestrians to cross. You should not enter a pedestrian crossing if you are unable to completely clear the crossing. Nor should you block advanced stop lines for cycles. The section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 193. You should take extra care where the view of either side of the crossing is blocked by queuing traffic or incorrectly parked vehicles. Pedestrians might be crossing between stationary vehicles. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 194. Allow pedestrians plenty of time to cross. Do not harass them by revving your engine or edging forward. Section using the road rules 159 to 103. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 195. Zebra and parallel crossings. As you approach a zebra crossing, look out for pedestrians waiting to cross and be ready to slow down or stop to let them cross. You should give way to pedestrians waiting to cross. You must give way when a pedestrian has moved onto a crossing. Allow more time for stopping on wet or icy roads. Do not wave, flash your lights, or use your horn to invite pedestrians across. This could be dangerous if another vehicle is approaching. Be patient. Do not sound your horn or rev your engine, as this can be intimidating. Be aware of pedestrians approaching from the side of the crossing. A zebra crossing with a central island is two separate crossings. Parallel crossings are similar to zebra crossings, but include a cycle route alongside the black and white stripes. As you approach a parallel crossing, look out for pedestrians or cyclists waiting to cross and slow down or stop. You should give way to pedestrians or cyclists waiting to cross. You must give way when a pedestrian or cyclist has moved onto a crossing. Allow more time for stopping on wet or icy roads. Do not wave, flash your lights, or use your horn to invite pedestrians or cyclists across. This could be dangerous if another vehicle is approaching. Be patient. Do not sound your horn or rev your engine, as this can be intimidating. Be aware of pedestrians or cyclists approaching from the side of the crossing. A parallel crossing with a central island is two separate crossings. A law, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions, 2016. Schedule 14, Part 5. A section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 196. Pelican crossings. These are signal controlled crossings where flashing amber follows the red stop light. You must stop when the red light shows. When the amber light is flashing, you must give way to any pedestrians on the crossing. If the amber light is flashing and there are no pedestrians on the crossing, you might proceed with caution. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection pedestrian crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 197. Pelican crossings which go straight across the road are one crossing. Even when there is a central island, you must wait for pedestrians who are crossing from the other side of the island. Laws: the Zebra, Pelican and Puffing Pedestrian Crossings Regulations and General Directions 1997. Regulations 26, Road Traffic Regulations Act 1984, Section 25, parenthesis 5. The section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection Pedestrian Crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 198. Give way to anyone still crossing after the signal for vehicles has changed to green. This advice applies to all crossings. The section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection Pedestrian Crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 199. Toucan, puffin and equestrian crossings. These are similar to pelican crossings, but there is no flashing above phase. The light sequence for traffic at these three crossings is the same as at traffic lights. If the signal-controlled crossing is not working, proceed with extreme caution. Do not enter the crossing if you are unable to completely clear it, to avoid obstructing pedestrians, cyclists or horse riders. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection Pedestrian Crossings rules 191 to 199. Rule 200. Choose an appropriate place to maneuver. If you need to turn your vehicle around, wait until you find a safe place. Try not to reverse or turn round in a busy road. Find a quiet side road or drive round a block of side streets. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection reversing 200 to 203. Rule 201. Do not reverse from a side road into a main road. When using a driveway, reverse in and drive out if you can. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection reversing rules 200 to 203. Rule 202. Look carefully before you start reversing. You should use all your mirrors. Check the blind spot behind you, the part of the road you cannot see easily in the mirrors. Check there are no pedestrians, particularly children, cyclists, other road users, or obstructions in the road behind you. Reverse slowly while checking all around, while looking mainly through the rear window, being aware that the front of your vehicle will swing out as you turn. Get someone to guide you if you cannot see clearly. Section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection reversing rules 200 to 203. Rule 203. You must not reverse your vehicle further than necessary. The law, the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations in 1986, Regulation 106. The section using the road rules 159 to 203. Subsection reversing rules 200 to 203. Rule 204. The road users most at risk from road traffic are pedestrians, in particular children, older adults, and disabled people, cyclists, horse riders, and motorcyclists. It is particularly important to be aware of children, older adults, and disabled people, and learner and inexperienced drivers and riders. In any interaction between road users, those who can cause the greatest harm have the greatest responsibility to reduce the danger or threat they pose to others. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Overview, Rule 204. Rule 205. There is a risk of pedestrians, especially children, stepping unexpectedly into the road. You should drive with safety of children in mind at a speed suitable for the conditions. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 206. Drive carefully and slowly when in crowded shopping streets, home zones, and quiet lanes, or residential areas, or when driving past bus and tram stops. Pedestrians might emerge suddenly into the road. Be careful when passing parked vehicles, especially ice cream vans. Children are more interested in ice cream than traffic and might run into the road unexpectedly. Drive carefully and slowly when needing to cross a pavement, cycle lane, or cycle track. For example, to reach or leave a driveway or private access, give way to pedestrians on the pavement and cyclists using a cycle lane or cycle track. Drive carefully when reversing into a side road. Look all around the vehicle and give way to any pedestrians who might be crossing the road. Pay attention when turning at road junctions, as you should give way to pedestrians who are crossing or waiting to cross the road into which or from which you are turning. Be careful going through roadworks or when passing roadside rescue and recovery vehicles, as there might be people working in or at the side of the road. Also pay attention when the pavement is closed due to street repairs and pedestrians are directed to use the road. Drive carefully when approaching pedestrians on narrow rural roads without a footway or footpath. Always slow down and be prepared to stop if necessary, giving them plenty of room as you drive past. When approaching zebra and parallel crossings, as you must give way to pedestrians and cyclists on the crossing. Drive carefully when approaching pedestrians who have started to cross the road ahead of you. They have priority when crossing at the junction or side road, so you should give way. The law, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2016, Schedule 14, Part 5, Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225, Subsection Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 207. Particularly vulnerable pedestrians. This include children and older pedestrians who might not be able to judge your speed and could step into the road in front of you. At 40 miles per hour, 64 kilometers per hour, your vehicle will probably kill any pedestrians it hits. At 20 miles per hour, 32 kilometers per hour, there is only a 1 in 20 chance of the pedestrian being killed, so kill your speed. Be extra careful with older pedestrians who might need more time to cross the road. Be patient and allow them to cross in their own time. Do not hurry them by revving your engine or edging forward, as well as people with disabilities. People with hearing impairments may not be aware of your vehicle approaching. Those with walking difficulties require more time. The blind or partially sighted people who might be carrying a white cane using a guide dog might not be able to see you approaching. Drive carefully when you see deaf-blind people who might be carrying a white cane with a red band or using a dog with a red and white harness. They might not see or hear instructions or signals. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 208. Near schools. Drive slowly and be particularly aware of young cyclists and pedestrians. In some places, there might be a flashing amber signal below the school warning sign, which tells you that there might be children crossing the road ahead. Drive very slowly until you are clear of the area. The section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 209. Drive carefully and slowly when passing a stationary bus showing a school bus sign, as children might be getting on or off. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 210. You must stop when a school crossing patrol shows a stop for children sign. The law: Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 28. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Pedestrians, Rules 205 to 210. Rule 211. It is often difficult to see motorcyclists and cyclists, especially when they are waiting alongside you, coming out from behind, coming out of or moving off from junctions, at roundabouts, overtaking you, or filtering through traffic. Always look out for them before you emerge from a junction. They could be approaching faster than you think. Do not turn at the junction if to do so would cause a cyclist going straight ahead to stop or swerve, just as you would do with a motor vehicle. When turning right across a line of slow-moving or stationary traffic, look out for and give way to cyclists or motorcyclists on the inside of the traffic you are crossing. Be especially careful when moving off, turning, and when changing direction or lane. Be sure to check mirrors and blind spots carefully. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsections: Motorcyclists and Cyclists, Rules 211 to 213. Rule 212. Give motorcyclists, cyclists, horse riders, horse-drawn vehicles, and pedestrians walking in the road, for example, where there is no pavement, at least as much room as you would when overtaking a car. See Rules 162 to 167. Drivers should take extra care and give more space when overtaking motorcyclists, cyclists, horse riders, horse-drawn vehicles, and pedestrians in bad weather, including high winds and at night. If the rider looks over their shoulder, it could mean that they intend to pull out, turn right, or change direction. Give them time and space to do so. Section: Road users requiring extra care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Motorcyclists and cyclists, Rules 211 to 213. Rule 213. On narrow sections of road on quiet roads or streets, at road junctions and in slow-moving traffic. Cyclists might sometimes ride in the center of the lane, rather than towards the side of the road. It can be safer for groups of cyclists to ride two abreast in these situations. Allow them to do so for their own safety, to ensure they can see and be seen. Cyclists are also advised to ride at least a door's width or 1 meter from parked cars for their own safety. On narrow sections of road, horse riders might ride in the center of the lane. Allow them to do so for their own safety to ensure they can see and be seen. Motorcyclists, cyclists, horse riders, and horse-drawn vehicles might suddenly need to avoid uneven road surfaces and obstacles, such as drain covers or oily, wet, or icy patches on the road. Give them plenty of room and pay particular attention to any sudden change of direction they might have to make. The section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Motorcyclists and Cyclists, Rules 211 to 213. Rule 214. Animals. When passing animals, drive slowly. Give them plenty of room and be ready to stop. Do not scare animals by sounding your horn, revving your engine, or accelerating rapidly once you have passed them. Look out for animals being led, driven, or ridden on the road and take extra care. Keep your speed down at bends and on narrow country roads. If a road is blocked by a herd of animals, stop and switch off your engine until they have left the road. Watch out for animals on unfenced roads. The section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Road Users, Rules 214 to 218. Rule 215. Horse riders and horse-drawn vehicles. Be particularly careful of horse riders and horse-drawn vehicles, especially when approaching, overtaking, passing, or moving away. Always pass wide and slowly. When you see a horse on a road, you should slow down to a maximum of 10 meters per hour. Be patient, do not sound your horn or rev your engine. When safe to do so, pass wide and slow, allowing at least 2 meters of space. Feral or semi-feral ponies found in areas such as the New Forest, Exmoor, and Dartmoor require the same consideration as ridden horses when approaching or passing. Horse riders are often children, so take extra care and remember riders might ride in double file when escorting a young or inexperienced horse or rider. Look out for horse riders and horse drivers, signals, and heed a request to slow down or stop. Take great care and treat all horses as a potential hazard. They can be unpredictable, despite the efforts of their driver. Remember, there are three brains at work when you pass a horse: the riders, the drivers, and the horses. Do not forget, horses are flight animals and can move incredibly quickly if startled. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Road Users, Rules 214 to 218. Rule 216. Older drivers. Their reactions might be slower than other drivers. Make allowance for this. The section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Road Users, Rules 214 to 218. Rule 217. Learners and inexperienced drivers. They might not be so skillful at anticipating and responding to events. Be particularly patient with learner drivers and young drivers. Drivers who have recently passed a test might display a new driver plate or sticker. Section: Road users requiring extra care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other road users. Rules 214 to 218. Rule 218. Home zones and quiet lanes. These are places where people could be using the whole of the road for a range of activities, such as children playing or for a community event. You should drive slowly and carefully and be prepared to stop to allow people extra time to make space for you to pass them in safety. Section: Road users requiring extra care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other road users. Rules 214 to 218. Rule 219. Emergency and incident support vehicles. You should look and listen for ambulances, fire engines, police, doctors, or other emergency vehicles using flashing blue, red, or green lights and sirens or flashing headlights, or traffic officer and incident support vehicles using flashing amber lights. When one approaches, do not panic. Consider the route of such a vehicle and take appropriate action to let it pass, while complying with all traffic signs. If necessary, pull to the side of the road and stop, but try to avoid stopping before the brow of a hill, a bend, or narrow section of road. Do not endanger yourself, other road users, or pedestrians, and avoid mounting the curb. Do not brake harshly on approach to a junction or a roundabout, as a following vehicle might not have the same view as you. Section: Road users requiring extra care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other vehicles. Rules 219 to 225. 220. Powered vehicles used by disabled people. These small vehicles travel at a maximum of speed of 8 meters per hour, that's 12 kilometers per hour. On a dual carriageway where the speed limit exceeds 50 miles per hour, that's 80 kilometers per hour, they must have a flashing amber beacon. But on other roads, you might not have that advance warning. The law: The Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulations 17, parentheses 1 and 26. The section: Road Users Requiring Extra Care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other Vehicles. Rules 219 to 225. Rule 221. Large vehicles. These might need extra road space to turn or to deal with a hazard that you are not able to see. If you are following a large vehicle such as a bus or articulated lorry, be aware that the driver might not be able to see you in the mirrors. Be prepared to stop and wait if it needs room or time to turn. Section: Road Users Requiring Extra Care. Rules 204 to 225. Subsection: Other Vehicles. Rules 219 to 225. Rule 222. Large vehicles can block your view. Your ability to see and plan ahead will be improved if you pull back to increase your separation distance. Be patient, as larger vehicles are subject to lower speed limits than cars and motorcycles. Many large vehicles may be fitted with speed limiting devices which will restrict speed to 56 miles per hour, that's 90 kilometers per hour, even on a motorway. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Vehicles, Rules 219 to 225. Rule 223. Buses, coaches and trams. Give priority to these vehicles when you can do so safely, especially when they signal to pull away from stops. Look out for people getting off a bus or a tram and crossing the road. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Vehicles, 219 to 225. Rule 224. Electric Vehicles. Be careful of electric vehicles such as milk floats and trams. Trams move quickly but silently and cannot steer to avoid you. Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Vehicles, Rules 219 to 225. Rule 225. Vehicles with flashing amber beacons. This warn of a slow-moving or stationary vehicle, such as a traffic officer vehicle, salt spreader, snow plow, or recovery vehicle, or abnormal loads, so approach with caution. On unrestricted dual carriageways, most vehicles first used on or after 1st January 1947 with a maximum speed of 25 miles per hour, that's 40 kilometers per hour, or less, such as tractors, must use a flashing amber beacon. The law, the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations, 1989, Regulation 17, Section Road Users Requiring Extra Care, Rules 204 to 225. Subsection Other Vehicles, Rules 219 to 225. Rule 226. You must use headlights. When visibility is seriously reduced, generally when you cannot see for more than 100 meters, that's about 328 feet. You may also use front or rear fog lights, but you must switch them off when visibility improved. Law, the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations, 1989, Regulations 25 and 27. Section Driving in Adverse Weather Conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Overview, Rule 226. Rule 227. Wet weather. In wet weather, stopping distances will be at least double those required for stopping on dry roads. This is because your tires have less grip on the road. In wet weather, you should keep well back from the vehicle in front. This will increase your ability to see and plan ahead. If the steering becomes unresponsive, it probably means that water is preventing the tires from gripping the road. Ease off the accelerator and slow down gradually. The rain and spray from vehicles may make it difficult to see and be seen. Be aware of the dangers of spilled diesel that will make the surface very slippery. Take extra care around pedestrians, cyclists, motorcyclists, and horse riders. Section Driving in Adverse Weather Conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Wet Weather, Rule 227. Rule 228. In winter, check the local weather forecast for warnings of icy or snowing weather. Do not drive in these conditions unless your journey is essential. If it is, take great care and allow more time for your journey. Take an emergency kit of the icer and ice scraper. torch, warm clothing and boots, first aid kit, jump leads, and a shovel, to go with a warm drink and emergency food in case you get stuck or your vehicle breaks down. Section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Icy and snowy weather, Rules 228 to 231. Rule 229. Before you set off, you must be able to see so clear all snow and ice from all your windows. You must ensure that lights are clean and number plates are clearly visible and legible. Make sure the mirrors are clear and the windows are demisted thoroughly. Remove all snow that might fall off into the path of other road users. Check your planned route is clear of delays and that no further snowfalls or severe weather are predicted. A section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Icy and snowy weather, Rules 228 to 231. Rule 230. When driving in icy or snowy weather, drive with care for if the roads have been treated. Keep well back from the road user in front as stopping distances can be 10 times greater than on dry roads. Take care when overtaking vehicles spreading salt or other de-icer, particularly if you are riding a motorcycle or cycle. Watch out for snow plugs which might throw out snow on either side. Do not overtake them unless the lane you intend to use has been cleared. Be prepared for the road conditions to change over relatively short distances. Listen to travel bulletins and take note of variable message signs that might provide information about weather, road, and traffic conditions ahead. Section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Icy and snowy weather, Rules 228 to 231. Rule 231. Drive extremely carefully when the roads are icy. Avoid sudden actions as this could cause loss of control. You should drive at a slow speed in as high a gear as possible. Accelerate and brake very gently. Drive particularly slowly on bends where loss of control is more likely. Brake progressively on the straight before you reach a bend. Having slowed down, stay smoothly round the bend, avoiding sudden actions. Check your grip on the road surface when there is snow or ice by choosing a safe place to brake gently. If the steering feels unresponsive, this might indicate ice and your vehicle losing its grip on the road. When traveling on ice, tires make virtually no noise. Section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Icy and snowy weather, Rules 228 to 231. Rule 232. High-sided vehicles are most affected by windy weather, but strong gusts can also blow a car, cyclist, motorcyclist, or horse rider, of course. This can happen on open stretches of road exposed to strong crosswinds, or when passing bridges or gaps in hedges. Section Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection Windy weather, Rules 232 to 233. Rule 233. In very windy weather, your vehicle might be affected by turbulence created by large vehicles. Motorcyclists are particularly affected so keep well back from them when they are overtaking a high-sided vehicle. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Windy weather, Rules 232 to 233. Rule 234. Before entering fog, check your mirrors, then slow down. If the word fog is shown on a roadside signal, but the road is clear, be prepared for a bank of fog or drifting patchy fog ahead. Even if it seems to be clearing, you can suddenly find yourself in thick fog. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Fog, Rules 234 to 236. Rule 235. When driving in fog, you should use your lights as required. Keep a safe distance behind the vehicle in front. Rear lights can give a false sense of security. You should be able to pull up well within the distance you can see clearly. This is particularly important on motorways and dual carriageways, as vehicles are traveling faster. Use your windscreen wipers and demisters. Beware of other drivers not using headlights. Don't accelerate to get away from a vehicle which is too close behind you. Check your mirrors before you slow down. Then use your brakes so that your brake lights warn drivers behind you that you are slowing down. Stop in the correct position at the junction with limited visibility and listen for traffic. When you are sure it is safe to emerge, do so positively and do not hesitate in a position that puts you directly in the path of approaching vehicles. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Fog, Rules 234 to 236. Rule 236. You must not use front or rear fog lights unless visibility is seriously as they dazzle other road users and can obscure brake lights. You must switch them off when visibility improves. Law: The Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations, 1989, Regulations 25 and 27. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Fog, Rules 234 to 236. Rule 237. Keep your vehicle well ventilated to avoid drowsiness. Be aware that the road surface may become soft, or if it rains after a dry spell, it might become slippery. These conditions could affect your steering and braking. If you are dazzled by bright sunlight, slow down and if necessary, stop. Section: Driving in adverse weather conditions, Rules 226 to 237. Subsection: Hot weather, Rule 237. Rule 238. You must not wait or park on yellow lines during the times of operation shown on nearby time plates or zone entry signs if in a controlled parking zone. Double yellow lines indicate a prohibition of waiting at any time, even if there are no upright signs. You must not wait or park or stop to sit down and pick up passengers on school entrance markings when upright signs indicate a prohibition of stopping. Law: Road Traffic Regulation Act, 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section: Waiting and Parking, Rules 238 to 252. Subsection: General Rule 238. Rule 239. Use of street parking areas or bays marked out with white lines on the road as parking places wherever possible. If you have to stop on the roadside, do not park facing against the traffic flow. Stop as close as you can to the side. Do not stop too close to a vehicle displaying a blue badge. Remember, the occupant might need more room to get in or out. You must switch off the engine, headlights and fog lights. You must apply the handbrake before leaving the vehicle. You must ensure you do not hit anyone when you open your door. Check for cyclists or other traffic by looking all around and using your mirrors. Where you are able to do so, you should open the door using your hand on the opposite side to the door you are opening. For example, use your left hand to open a door on your right hand side. This will make you turn your head to look over your shoulder. You are then more likely to avoid causing injury to cyclists or motorcyclists passing you on the road, or to people on the pavement. It's safer for your passengers, especially children, to get out of the vehicle on the side next to the curb. If you have to stop, put all valuables out of sight and make sure your vehicle is secure and locked. Before using a handheld device to help you to park, you must make sure it is safe to do so. Then, you should move the vehicle into the parking space in the safest way and by the shortest route possible. When you use a handheld device to help you to park, you must remain in control of the vehicle at all times. Do not use a handheld device for anything else while you are using it to help you park, and do not put anyone in danger. Use the handheld device according to the manufacturer's instructions. When using an electric vehicle charge point, you should park close to the charge point and avoid creating a trip hazard for pedestrians from trailing cables. Display a warning sign if you can. After using the charge point, you should return charging cables and connectors neatly to minimize the danger to pedestrians and avoid creating an obstacle for other road users. Laws. The Road Vehicles Construction and Use, Regulations 1986, Regulations 98, 105, 107, and 110, and the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulation 27, and Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 42. Section Waiting and Parking, Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking, Rules 239 to 247. Rule 240. You must not stop or park on the carriageway or the hard shoulder of a motorway except in an emergency. A pedestrian crossing, including the area marked by the zigzag lines. A clearway. Taxi bays as indicated by upright signs and markings. An urban clearway within its hours of operation except to pick up or set down passengers. See traffic signs. A road marked with double white lines, even when a broken white line is on your side of the road, except to pick up or set down passengers, or to load or unload goods. A tram or a cycle lane during its period of operation. A cycle track. Red lines in the case of specially designated red routes unless otherwise indicated by signs. Any vehicle may enter a bus lane to stop, load or unload where this is not prohibited. Laws. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 7 and 9. The Motorways Traffic, Scotland, Regulations 1995, Regulations 6 and 8. The Zebra, Pelican and Puffin Pedestrian Crossings Regulations and General Directions 1997, Regulations 18 and 20. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5, 6 and 8. The Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10, 26 and 27, and the Road Traffic Act 1988, sections 21 parentheses 1 and 36. Rule 241. You must not park in parking spaces reserved for specific users, such as blue badge holders, residents, or motorcycles, unless entitled to do so. The laws: Chronically Sick and Disabled Persons Act 1970, Section 21, and Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 242. You must not leave your vehicle or trailer in a dangerous position or where it causes any unnecessary obstruction of the road. Laws: The Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 22. The Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 103. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 243. Do not stop or park near a school entrance, anywhere you would prevent access for emergency services, at or near a bus or tram stop or taxi rank, on the approach to a level crossing, tramway crossing, opposite or within 10 meters 32 feet of a junction except in an authorized parking space, near the brow of a hill or hump bridge, opposite a traffic island, or, if this would cause an obstruction, another parked vehicle, where you would force other traffic to enter a tram lane, where the curb has been lowered to help wheelchair users and power mobility vehicles, in front of an entrance to a property, on a bend, where you would obstruct cyclists' use of cycle facilities, except when forced to do so by stationary traffic. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 244. You must not park partially or wholly on the pavement in London, and should not do so elsewhere unless signs permit it. Parking on the pavement can obstruct and seriously inconvenience pedestrians, people in wheelchairs or with visual impairments, and people with prams or pushchairs. A law: Greater London Council General Powers Act 1974, Section 15. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 245. Controlled Parking Zones. The zone entry signs indicate the times when the waiting restrictions within the zone are in force. Parking might be allowed in some places at other times. Otherwise, parking will be within separately signed and marked bays. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 246. Goods Vehicles. Vehicles with a maximum laden weight of over 7.5 tons, including any trailer, must not be parked on a verge, pavement, or any land situated between carriageways without police permission. The only exception is when parking is essential for loading and unloading, in which case the vehicle must not be left unattended. The law: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 19. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking Rules 239 to 247. Rule 247. Loading and unloading. Do not load or unload where there are yellow markings on the curb and upright signs advise restrictions are in place. This might be permitted where parking is otherwise restricted. On red routes, specially marked and sign bays indicate where and when loading and unloading is permitted. A law. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Waiting and Parking, Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking, Rules 239 to 247. Rule 248. You must not park on a road at night facing against the direction of the traffic flow unless in a recognized parking space. The laws. The Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 101, and the Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulation 24. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 249. All vehicles must display parking lights when parked on a road or a lay-by on a road with a speed limit greater than 30 miles per hour. That's 48 kilometers per hour. Law. The Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulation 24. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 250. Cars, goods, vehicles not exceeding 2,500 kilograms laden weight, invalid carriages, motorcycles and pedal cycles might be parked without lights on a road or lay by with a speed limit of 30 miles per hour, that's 48 kilometers per hour, or less if they are at least 10 meters 32 feet away from any junction, close to the curb and facing in the direction of the traffic flow, in a recognized parking place or lay-by. Other vehicles and trailers and all vehicles with projecting loads must not be left on a road at night without lights. Laws. The Road Vehicles Lighting Regulations 1989, Regulation 24, and the Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations 1986, Regulation 82, parenthesis 7. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 251. Parking in fog. It is especially dangerous to park on the road in fog. If it is unavoidable, leave your parking lights or side lights on. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 138 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 252. Parking on hills. If you park on a hill, you should park close to the curb and apply the handbrake firmly. Select the forward gear and turn your steering wheel away from the curb when facing uphill. Select reverse gear and turn your steering wheel towards the curb when facing downhill. Use park if your car has an automatic gearbox. Section Waiting and Parking Rules 238 to 252. Subsection Parking at Night Rules 248 to 252. Rule 253. Prohibited vehicles. Motorways must not be used by pedestrians, holders of provisional motorcycle or car licenses, riders of motorcycles under 50 cc, cyclists, horse riders, certain slow-moving vehicles, and those carrying oversized loads except by special permission, agricultural vehicles, and powered wheelchairs, powered mobility scooters. Starting 4th June 2018, provisional license holders are allowed to drive on the motorway if they are accompanied by an approved driving instructor and are driving a car displaying red L plates, D plates in Wales, that's fitted with dual control. The laws. Highways Act 1980, Section 16, 17, and Schedule 4. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales Regulations 1982. Regulations 3, parentheses D, 4, and 11. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales Amendment, Regulations 2004. Roads, Scotland Act 1984, Sections 7, 8, and Schedule 3. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 17, parentheses 2 and 3. And the Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 10. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection General Rules 253 to 254. Rule 254. Traffic on motorways usually travels faster than on other roads, so you have less time to react. It is especially important to use your mirrors earlier and look much further ahead than you would on other roads. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection General Rules 253 to 254. Rule 255. Motorway signals are used to warn you of a danger ahead. For example, there might be an incident, fog, a spillage, or road workers on the carriageway which you might not immediately be able to see. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Motorway Signals Rules 255 to 258. Rule 256. Signals situated on the central reservation apply to all lanes. On very busy stretches, signals might be overhead, with a separate signal for each lane. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Motorway Signals Rules 255 to 258. Rule 257. Amber flashing lights. This warn of a hazard ahead. The signal might show a temporary maximum speed limit, lanes that are closed, or a message suggests fog. Adjust your speed and look out for the danger until you pass a signal which is not flashing or one that gives the all clear sign and you are sure it is safe to increase your speed. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Motorway Signals Rules 255 to 258. Rule 258. Red flashing lights. If red lights flash on a signal and a red X is showing, you must not drive in the lane shown as closed beyond the signal. This applies until you pass another signal indicating that the line is no longer closed by displaying the word end or a speed limit sign and you are sure that it is safe to proceed. Red flashing lights. If red lights flash on a signal in the central reservation or on the side of the road and lane closed sign is showing, you must not go beyond the signal in any lane. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36. Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 3, Schedule 15. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Motor Signals Rules 255 to 258. Rule 259. Joining the motorway. When you join the motorway, you will normally approach it from a road on the left, a slip road, or from an adjoining motorway. You should give priority to traffic already on the motorway. Check the traffic on the motorway and match your speed to fit safely into the traffic flow in the left-hand lane. Not cross solid white lines that separate lanes or use the hard shoulder. Stay on the slip road if it continues as an extra lane on the motorway. Remain in the left-hand lane long enough to adjust to the speed of traffic before considering overtaking. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Joining the motorway Rule 259. Rule 260. When you can see well ahead and the road conditions are good, you should drive at a steady cruising speed which you and your vehicle can handle safely and is within the speed limit. Keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front and increase the gap on wet or icy roads or in fog. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection On the motorway Rules 260 to 263. Rule 261. You must not exceed 70 miles per hour, that's 112 kilometers per hour, or the maximum speed limit permitted to your vehicle. If a lower speed limit is in force, either permanently or temporarily, at road works, for example, you must not exceed the lower limit. On some motorways, mandatory motorway signals which display the speed within a red ring are used to vary the maximum speed limit to improve traffic flow. You must not exceed this speed limit. Law. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 17, 86, 89, and Schedule 6. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection On the motorway Rules 260 to 263. Rule 262. The monotony of driving on a motorway can make you feel sleepy. To minimize the risk, follow the advice in Rule 91, mentioned in Part 1. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection On the motorway Rules 260 to 263. Rule 263. You must not reverse cross the central reservation or drive against the traffic flow. If you have missed your exit or have taken the wrong route, carry on to the next exit. Laws. The Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982, Regulations 6, 8 and 10. The Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 4, 5, 7 and 9. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection On the motorway Rules 260 to 263. Rule 264. You should always drive in the left-hand lane when the road ahead is clear. If you are overtaking a number of slow-moving vehicles, you should return to the left-hand lane as soon as you are safely passed. Slow-moving or speed-restricted vehicles should always remain in the left-hand lane of the carriageway unless overtaken. You must not drive on the hard shoulder except in an emergency or if directed to do so by the police, traffic officers in uniform, or by signs. Laws. The Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982, Regulations 5, 9 and 16, parenthesis 1a. The Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 4, 8 and 14, parenthesis 1a. And the Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 35 and 186, as amended by Traffic Management Act Section 6. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Lane Discipline Rules 264 to 266. Rule 265. The right-hand lane of a motorway with 3 or more lanes must not be used except in prescribed circumstances if you are driving. Any vehicle drawing a trailer, A goods vehicle with a maximum laden weight exceeding 3.5 tons but not exceeding 7.5 tons, which is required to be fitted with a speed limiter. A goods vehicle with maximum laden weight exceeding 7.5 tons. A passenger vehicle with a maximum laden weight exceeding 7.5 tons are constructed or adapted to carry more than 8 seated passengers in addition to the driver. A passenger vehicle with a maximum laden weight not exceeding 7.5 tons, which is constructed or adapted to carry more than 8 seated passengers in addition to the driver, which is required to be fitted with a speed limiter. Laws. The Motorway Traffic England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 12. The Motorways Traffic England and Wales Amendment, Regulations 2004. The Motorways Traffic Scotland, Regulations 1995, Regulations 11. The Motorways Traffic Scotland Amendment, Regulations 2004. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273, subsection Lane Discipline, Rules 264 to 266. Rule 266. Approaching a junction. Look well ahead for signals or signs. Direction signs might be placed over the road. If you need to change lanes, do so in good time. At some junctions, a lane might lead directly off the motorway. Only get in that lane if you wish to go in the direction indicated on the overhead signs. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Lane Discipline, Rules 264 to 266. Rule 267. Do not overtake unless you are sure it is safe and legal to do so. Overtake only on the right. You should check your mirrors, take time to judge the speeds correctly. Make sure that the lane you will be joining is sufficiently clear ahead and behind. Take a quick sideways glance into the blind spot area to verify the position of a vehicle that might have disappeared from your view in the mirror. Remember that traffic might be coming up behind you very quickly. Check all your mirrors carefully. Look out for motorcyclists. When it is safe to do so, signal in plenty of time, then move out. Ensure you do not cut in on the vehicle you have overtaken. Be especially careful at night and in poor visibility when it is harder to judge speed and distance. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Overtaking, Rules 267 to 269. Rule 268. Do not overtake on the left or move to a lane on your left to overtake. In congested conditions where adjacent lanes of traffic are moving at similar speeds, traffic in left-hand lanes might sometimes be moving faster than traffic to the right. In these conditions, you might keep up with the traffic in your lane, even if this means passing traffic in the lane to your right. Do not weave in and out of lanes to overtake. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Overtaking, Rules 267 to 269. Rule 269. Hard shoulder. You must not use the hard shoulder for overtaking. In areas where an active traffic management (ATM) scheme is enforced, the hard shoulder might be used as a running lane. You will know when you can use this because a speed limit sign will be shown above all open lanes, including the hard shoulder. A red cross or blank sign above the hard shoulder means that you must not drive on the hard shoulder except in an emergency or breakdown. Emergency refuge areas have also been built into these areas for use in case of emergency or breakdown. Section Motorways, Rules 253 to 273, subsection Overtaking, Rules 267 to 269. The laws. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 5, 5A, and 9, and the Motorways Traffic Scotland, Regulations 1995, Regulations 4 and 8. Rule 270. You must not stop on the carriageway, high shoulder, slip road, central reservation or verge except in an emergency or when told to do so by the police, traffic officers in uniform, an emergency sign, or by flashing red light signals. Do not stop on the high shoulder to either make or receive mobile phone calls. Laws. The Motorways Traffic, England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 5A, 7, 9, 10, and 16. The Motorways Traffic, Scotland, Regulations 1995, Regulations 6, parentheses 1, 8, 9, and 14. Police Reform Act Section 41 and Schedule 5, parentheses 8, and the Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 35 and 163, as amended by Traffic Management Act Section 6. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Stopping Rules 270 to 271. Rule 271. You must not pick up or set down anyone or walk on a motorway except in an emergency. Laws. Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 17, and the Motorways Traffic in England and Wales, Regulations 1982, Regulations 15. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Stopping Rules 270 to 271. Rule 272. Unless signs indicate that the lane leads directly off the motorway, you will normally leave the motorway by a slip road on your left. You should watch for the signs letting you know you are getting near your exit, move into the left-hand lane well before reaching your exit, signal left in good time and reduce your speed on the slip road as necessary. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Leaving the Motorway Rules 272 to 273. Rule 273. On leaving the motorway or using a link road between motorways, your speed might be higher than you realize. 50 meters per hour might feel like 30 meters per hour. Check your speedometer and adjust your speed accordingly. Some slip roads and link roads have sharp bends, so you will need to slow down. Section Motorways Rules 253 to 273. Subsection Leaving the Motorway Rules 272 to 273. Rule 274. If your vehicle breaks down, think first of all other road users and get your vehicle off the road if possible. Warn other traffic by using your hazard warning lights if your vehicle is causing an obstruction. Help other road users see you by wearing light-colored or fluorescent clothing in daylight and reflecting clothing at night or in poor visibility. Put a warning triangle on the road at least 45 meters, that's 147 feet, behind your broken down vehicle on the same side of the road, or use other permitted warning devices if you have them. Always take great care when placing or retrieving them, but never use them on motorways. If possible, keep your side lights on if it is dark or visibility is poor. Do not stand or let anybody else stand between your vehicle and oncoming traffic. At night or in poor visibility, do not stand where you will prevent other road users seeing your lights. Section Breakdown and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Breakdowns Rule 274. Rule 275. If your vehicle develops a problem, leave the motorway at the next exit or pull into a service area. If you cannot do so, you should. Pull onto the hard shoulder and stop as far to the left as possible with your wheels turned to the left. Try to stop near an emergency telephone situated at approximately 1 mile intervals along the hard shoulder. Leave the vehicle by the left-hand door and ensure your passengers do the same. You must leave any animals in the vehicle or, in an emergency, keep them under proper control on the verge. Never attempt to place a warning triangle on a motorway. Do not put yourself in danger by attempting even simple repairs. Ensure that passengers keep away from the carriageway and hard shoulder, and that children are kept under control. Walk to an emergency telephone on your side of the carriageway. Follow the arrows on the posts at the back of the hard shoulder. The telephone is free of charge and connects directly to an operator. Use this in preference to a mobile phone. See Rule 283. Always face the traffic when you speak on the phone. Give full details to the operator. Also inform them if you are a vulnerable motorist, such as disabled, older, or traveling alone. Return and wait near your vehicle, well away from the carriageway and hard shoulder. If you feel at risk from another person, return to your vehicle by a left-hand door and lock all doors. Leave your vehicle again as soon as you feel this danger has passed. Laws. The Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982, Regulations 14, and the Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 12. Section Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Additional Rules for Motorways, Rules 275 to 278. Rule 276. Before you rejoin the carriageway after a breakdown, build up speed on the hard shoulder and watch for a safe gap in the traffic. Before you rejoin the carriageway after a breakdown, build up speed on the hard shoulder and watch for a safe gap in the traffic. Be aware that other vehicles might be stationary on the hard shoulder. Section Breakdown Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Additional Rules for Motorways, Rules 275 to 278. Rule 277. If you cannot get your vehicle onto the hard shoulder, do not attempt to place any warning device on the carriageway. Switch on your hazard warning lights. Leave your vehicle only when you can safely get clear of the carriageway. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Additional Rules for Motorways, Rules 275 to 278. Rule 278. Disabled drivers. If you have a disability which prevents you from following the above advice, you should stay in your vehicle. Switch on your hazard warning lights. Display a help pennant, or if you have a car or mobile telephone, contact the emergency services and be prepared to advise them of your location. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Additional Rules for Motorways, Rules 275 to 278. Rule 279. If anything falls from your vehicle or any other vehicle onto the road, stop and retrieve it only if it is safe to do so. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 174 to 287. Subsection Obstructions Rules 179 to 280. Rule 280. Motorways. On a motorway, do not try to remove the obstruction yourself. Stop at the next emergency telephone and call for help. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Obstructions, Rules 179 to 280. Rule 281. Warning signs or flashing lights. If you see or hear emergency or incident support vehicles in the distance, be aware there might be an incident ahead. Police officers and traffic officers might be required to work in the carriageway, for example dealing with debris, collisions, or conducting rolling road blocks. Police officers will use rear-facing flashing red and blue lights, and traffic officers will use rear-facing flashing red and amber lights in these situations. Watch out for such signals. Slow down and be prepared to stop. You must follow any directions given by police officers or traffic officers as to whether you can safely pass the incident or blockage. Laws: Road Traffic Act 1988, Sections 35 and 163, as amended by Traffic Management Act Section 6. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274-287. Subsection Incidents Rules 281-283. Rule 282. When passing the scene of an incident or crash, do not be distracted or slow down unnecessarily. For example, if an incident is on the other side of a dual carriageway, this might cause a collision or traffic congestion. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Incidents Rules 281 to 283. Rule 283. If you are involved in a crash or stop to give assistance, use your hazard warning lights to warn other traffic. Ask drivers to switch off their engines and stop smoking. Arrange for the emergency services to be called immediately with full details of the incident location and any casualties. On a motorway, use the emergency telephone, which allows easy location by the emergency services. If you use a mobile phone, first make sure you have identified your location from the marker posts on the side of the hard shoulder. Move uninjured people away from the vehicles to safety. On a motorway, they should, if possible, be well away from the traffic, the hard shoulder, and the central reservation. Do not move injured people from their vehicles unless they are in immediate danger from fire or explosion. Do not remove a motorcyclist's helmet unless it is essential to do so. Be prepared to give first aid. Stay at the scene until emergency services arrive. If you are involved in any other medical emergency on the motorway, you should contact the emergency services in the same way. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Incidents Rules 281 to 283. Rule 284. Vehicles carrying dangerous goods and packages will be marked with plain orange reflective plates. Road tankers and vehicles carrying tank containers of dangerous goods will have hazard warning plates. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 174 to 187. Subsection Incidents Involving Dangerous Goods Rules 184 to 185. Rule 285. If an incident involves a vehicle containing dangerous goods, follow the advice in the previous rule, 283, and in particular, switch off engines and do not smoke. Keep well away from the vehicle and do not be tempted to try to rescue casualties, as you yourself could become one. Call the emergency services and give as much information as possible about the labels and markings on the vehicle. Do not use a mobile phone close to a vehicle carrying flammable loads. Section Breakdowns and Incidents Rules 274 to 287. Subsection Incidents Involving Dangerous Goods Rules 284 to 285. Rule 286. If you are involved in a collision which causes damage or injury to any other person, vehicle, animal, or property, you must stop. Give your own and the vehicle owner's name and address, and the registration number of the vehicle to anyone having reasonable grounds for requiring them. If you do not give your name and address at the time of the collision, report it to the police as soon as reasonably practicable, and in any case within 24 hours. Law: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 170. Section: Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 274 to 287. Subsection: Documentation, Rules 286 to 287. Rule 287. If another person is injured and you do not produce your insurance certificate at the time of the crash to a police officer or to anyone having reasonable grounds to request it, you must report it to the police as soon as possible and in any case within 24 hours. Produce your insurance certificate for the police within 7 days. Law: Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 170. Section: Breakdowns and Incidents, Rules 274 to 287. Subsection: Documentation, Rules 286 to 287. Rule 288. When the road works ahead sign is displayed, you will need to be more watchful and look for additional signs providing more specific instructions. Observe all signs. They are there for your safety and the safety of road workers. You must not exceed any temporary maximum speed limit. Use your mirrors and get into the correct lane for your vehicle in good time and as signs direct. Do not switch lanes to overtake queuing traffic. Take extra care near cyclists and motorcyclists as they are vulnerable to skidding on grit, mud, or other debris at the road works. Where lanes are restricted due to roadworks, merge in turn. Do not drive through an area marked off by traffic cones. Watch out for traffic entering or leaving the work area, but do not be distracted by what is going on there. Concentrate on the road ahead, not the roadworks. Bear in mind that the road ahead might be obstructed by the works or by slow-moving or stationary traffic. Keep a safe distance. There could be queues in front. Law: Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Section 16. Section: Roadworks, Level Crossings, and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection: Roadworks, Rule 288. Rule 289. Take special care on motorways and other high-speed dual carriageways. One or more lanes might be closed to traffic and the low speed limit might apply. Works vehicles that are slow-moving or stationary with a large keep left or keep right sign on the back are sometimes used to close lanes for repairs, and the flashing light arrow might also be used to make the works vehicle more conspicuous from a distance and give earlier warning to drivers that they need to move over to the next lane. Check mirrors, slow down, and change lanes if necessary. Keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front. Section: Roadworks, Level Crossings, and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection: Additional Rules for High-Speed Roads, Rules 289 to 290. Rule 290. Contraflow systems mean that you might be traveling in a narrower lane than normal and with no permanent barrier between you and oncoming traffic. The harsh order might be used for traffic, but be aware that there might be broken down vehicles ahead of you. Keep a good distance from the vehicle ahead and observe any temporary speed limits. Section: Roadworks, Level Crossings, and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection: Additional Rules for High-Speed Roads, Rules 189 to 290. Rule 291. A level crossing is where a road crosses a railway or tramway lane. Approach and cross it with care. Never drive onto a crossing until the road is clear on the other side, and do not get too close to the car in front. Never stop or park on or near a crossing. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways. Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings. Rules 291 to 299. Rule 292. Overhead electric lines. It is dangerous to touch overhead electric lines. You must obey the safe height warning road signs, and you should not continue forward onto the railway if your vehicle touches any height barrier or bells. The clearance available is usually 5 meters, 16 feet and 6 inches, but might be lower. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002. Regulation 17, parenthesis 5. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 291 to 299. Rule 293. Controlled crossings. Most crossings have traffic light signals with a steady amber light, twin flashing red stop lights, and an audible alarm for pedestrians. They might have full, half, or no barriers. You must always obey the flashing red stop lights. You must stop behind the white line across the road. Keep going if you have already crossed the white line when the amber light comes on. Do not reverse onto or over a controlled crossing. You must wait if a train goes by and the red lights continue to flash. This means another train will be passing soon. Only cross when the lights go off and barriers open. Never zigzag around half barriers, they lower automatically because a train is approaching. At crossings without barriers, a train is approaching when the lights show. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 40. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 294. Railway telephones. If you are driving a large or slow-moving vehicle, a long, low vehicle with the risk of grounding or herding animals, a train could arrive before you are clear of the crossing. You must obey any sign instructing you to use the railway telephone to obtain permission to cross. You must also telephone when clear of the crossing if requested to do so. Laws. Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs, Regulations and General Directions 2002, Regulations 10 and 16, parenthesis 1. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 295. Crossings without traffic lights. Vehicles should stop and wait for the barrier or gate when it begins to close and not cross until the barrier or gate opens. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 296. User-operated gates or barriers. Some crossings have stop signs and small red and green lights. You must not cross when the red light is showing, only cross if the green light is on. If crossing with a vehicle, you should open the gates or barriers on both sides of the crossing. Check that the green light is still on and cross quickly. Close the gates or barriers when you are clear of the crossing. Laws Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 36, and the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2012. 2. Regulations 10 and 52, parenthesis 2. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 297. If there are no lights, follow the procedure in Rule 296, the previous rule we just covered. Stop, look both ways, and listen before you cross. If there is a railway telephone, always use it to contact the signal operator to make sure it is safe to cross. Inform the signal operator again when you are clear of the crossing. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 298. Open crossings. These have no gates, barriers, attendant, or traffic lights, but will have a give way sign. You should look both ways, listen, and make sure there is no train coming before you cross. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 191 to 299. Rule 299. Incidents and breakdowns. If your vehicle breaks down, or if you have an incident on a crossing, you should get everyone out of the vehicle and clear off the crossing immediately. Use a railway telephone if available to tell the signal operator. Follow the instructions you are given. Move the vehicle clear of the crossing if there is time before a train arrives. If the alarm sounds or the amber light comes on, leave the vehicle and get clear of the crossing immediately. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Level Crossings, Rules 291 to 299. Rule 300. You must not enter a road, lane, or other route reserved for trams. Take extra care where trams run along the road. You should avoid driving directly on top of the rails and should take care where trams leave the main carriageway to enter a reserved route to ensure you do not follow them. The width taken up by trams is often shown by tram lanes marked by white lines, yellow dots, or by different type of road surface. Diamond-shaped signs and white light signals give instructions to tram drivers only. Law Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 301. Take extra care where the truck crosses from one side of the road to the other and where the road narrows and the trucks come close to the curb. Tram drivers usually have their own traffic signals and might be permitted to move when you are not. Always give way to trams. Do not try to race or overtake them or pass them on the inside, unless they are at tram stops or stopped by tram signals and there is a designated tram lane for you to pass. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 302. You must not park your vehicle where it would get in the way of trams or where it would force other drivers to do so. Do not stop on any part of a tram track, except in a designated bay where this has been provided alongside and clear of the track. When doing so, ensure that all parts of your vehicle are outside the delineated tram path. Remember that a tram cannot steer around an obstruction. Law Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 303. Tram stops. Where the tram stops at a platform, either in the middle or at the side of the road, you must follow the route shown by the road signs and markings. At stops without platforms, you must not drive between a tram and the left-hand curb when a tram has stopped to pick up passengers. If there is no alternative route sign, do not overtake the tram. Wait until it moves off. Law, Road Traffic Regulation Act, 1984, Sections 5 and 8. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 304. Look out for pedestrians, especially children, running to catch a tram approaching a stop. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 305. Always give priority to trams, especially when they signal to pull away from stops, unless it would be unsafe to do so. Remember that they might be carrying large numbers of standing passengers who could be injured if the tram had to make an emergency stop. Look out for people getting off a bus or tram and crossing the road. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 188 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 306. All road users, but particularly cyclists and motorcyclists, should take extra care when driving or riding close to or crossing the tracks, especially if the rails are wet. You should take particular care when crossing the rails at shallow angles or bends and at junctions. It is safest to cross the tracks directly at right angles. Other road users should be aware that cyclists and motorcyclists might need more space to cross the track safely. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307. Rule 307. Overhead electric lines. Tramway overhead wires are normally 5.8 meters above any carriageway, but can be lower. You should ensure that you have sufficient clearance between the wire and your vehicle, including any load you are carrying, before driving under an overhead wire. Drivers of vehicles with extending cranes, booms, tipping apparatus, or other types of variable height equipment should ensure that the equipment is fully lowered. Where overhead wires are set lower than 5.8 meters, this will be indicated by high clearance markings, similar to low bridge signs. The height clearances on these plates should be carefully noted and observed. If you are in any doubt as to whether your vehicle will pass safely under the wires, you should always contact the local police or the tramway operator. Never take a chance, as this can be extremely hazardous. Section Roadworks, Level Crossings and Tramways, Rules 288 to 307. Subsection Tramways, Rules 300 to 307.